You may be seated. Order. Order, honorable members. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. Honorable members, I noted that yesterday it took us exactly an hour, 10 minutes before we could start with the business of Parliament. And echo. Can you hear me now? Is there still echo? There seems to be a problem with our IT systems, and I'm sure during recess, all of those things will be dealt with. But I noted, honorable members, with a heavy heart, I should say, that it took us an hour, 10 minutes, before we could start with the real business of the day. Now, there are certain things, rules I want to draw your attention to, which you are quite familiar with, and that is on points of order. Sub-Rule 1, Rule 92. A member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66 by stating that he or she is raising on a point of order. That's the first thing I would like to remind everybody on. A point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure or practice or a matter relating to unparliamentary conduct as defined and must be raised immediately when the alleged breach of conduct occurs, and that is Rule Sub 2. Now, please note this. No other member may raise another point of order before the presiding officer has ruled on the first point of order. That is Sub-Rule 7. No member may raise a point of order again on a similar point of order if the presiding officer has ruled that it is not a point of order or that the matter is out of order, which is Sub-Rule 8. Members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with the rules. A presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House, and this is now Sub-Rule 11. Now, honorable members, I'm reading all this because I am trying I would want to ensure that there is no disorder in the House today. And honorable members, it makes it very difficult for a presiding officer when everybody is up on their feet and everybody is raising a hand whilst the presiding officer is yet to deal with the first point of order. It makes things difficult. I want to appeal to all of us that with all the differences we may be having, but it is important for us to maintain the decorum of the House. I'm appealing to all of us, honorable members. It is important that we maintain the decorum of the House. On that note, honorable members, I hope I am understood and that honorable members will conduct themselves like real honorable members should. I thank you, honorable members, for your attention. Honorable members, in the interest of safety for all present in the chamber, may I remind you to keep your masks on and sit in your designated area. Thank you. Order of the day. The secretary will read the order of the day.
Resumption of debate on vote number 1, the presidency. Reply by the President, appropriation bill.
I now invite the Honorable the President to reply to the debate. The Honorable the President.
Thank you. Indeed, cheers. Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy President David Dabede,
On a point
who
of
is
order.
on the virtual platform.
A point of order, Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you
there
very
is a
much,
point of
Speaker.
order. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 92, and I think in terms of also being
Bring your
Compliant.
mic. Bring your mic closer.
in terms of being compliant with your request that there must be order in the House. I will request your patience
Yes.
and indulgence as I read what premises my point of order. So I'll begin by quoting the Constitution, Schedule 2, so that we have a better understanding of what point of order I'm writing on. And I'm taking extracts from that, and it reads as follows. Faithful to the President swears and solemnly swears that he will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, observe, and uphold and maintain the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, and he solemnly swears sincerely to promise it, and he promises that I will always promote all that will advance the Republic and oppose all that may harm it, protect and promote the rights of all South Africans, as well as discharge my duties with all my strength and talents to the best of my ability, my knowledge, and true to the dictates of my conscience. Do justice to all, devote myself to the well-being of the Republic and all of its people. In the case of the oath, so help me God. So, House Speaker, I read this oath because the President of the Republic of South Africa has been charged with combating the Corrupt Activities Act, charged with contravening. Speaker, can I be
Honorable
protected?
members.
Protected.
Honorable members.
The House. It's not charged.
Honorable
President,
Mazoni.
House Speaker, this
Just
is
there's a
disorder.
point. There is a point of order.
This is a
Honorable
disorder.
Mazoni.
On top of my order, Speaker.
No.
You said the order can't be raised on top of an order. This is an order. Can it be please be allowed to finish?
Honorable Member Tambo.
Please.
Honorable
This
Tambo.
is a disorder that you are.
No, I will not cause disorder, I can assure you. But Honorable Tambo, with all due respect, I actually gave you time
Oh, but my point
to
is not
read
finished,
your point
Speaker.
of order,
It's not finished,
and you have quoted from the Constitution
Now my point of order
that,
is coming. Speaker.
okay, say your
Please.
point of order then.
The President of the Republic of South Africa has been charged with contravening the Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, with contravening the Organized Crime Act due to money laundering.
Now
kidnapping,
there rises
and
a
bribery.
point of order.
We are
Honorable
saying
Mazoni,
that we don't want to be complicit. Be complicit with illegal activity.
you are
by allowing a president to address us with
honorable
contravened
member,
laws.
you
This
did
is the
not
point of
finish your Rule 92. You said you want to do this in terms of Rule 92. And then you went on to read that aspect, which is very important to all of us who are here. We're all sworn to that from the Constitution. But you did not finish your Rule 92. which says rule number 1, sub rule number 1 of that actually says a member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66 by stating he or she is rising, which is what I was reading earlier on. And then it says a point of order must be confined only to a matter of parliamentary procedure
Speaker, is it parliamentary to be addressed by someone who's charged with money laundering? Is it parliamentary?
Now,
Be addressed by someone who's charged with money laundering,
honorable member,
bribery, torture,
honorable member,
stealing a crime, laundering money. How is that parliamentary?
honorable member,
Repeating the same
in
mistake
terms
made under Jacob Zuma,
of Rule 85,
You are
no
repeating the same mistake
member, honorable
you made by
members,
defending
may
someone who has been
impute.
charged with criminal
Don't do
activity
that.
up until the end.
I'm
It is
talking.
wrong.
I'm on the
You want
floor.
us to be complicit.
Honorable
You want us to be
Tambo,
there.
I
You want
am
us to
on
be
the floor.
complicit.
I am on the
This
floor.
is illegal activity.
Honorable Tambo, I am,
It's
honorable
wrong.
member, I am
It's
on
wrong
the
what
floor.
you're asking of us.
You're not going to disrupt the House, I can
I'm not
assure
disrupting
you.
the House. I'm saying to
I
you,
am
you're asking the
saying to
president
you,
who's
I
charged with
am on
gross
the
criminal
floor.
misconduct to
Honorable
address us.
Chief Whip, you're not going to disrupt. You are actually disregarding my authority. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Mazonis.
Honourable Chairperson, if I may rise, Honourable Speaker, I'm terribly sorry. If I may rise on Rule 65 of the Rules Book, read together with Rule 77. Rule 65 deals with irrelevance. Today, it doesn't matter what the President has done at any given time. The relevance of the President being here today is to respond to questions and motions that were posed to him yesterday. So that's the relevance. Then, in terms of Section 77, we talk about gross disorder. And when the Speaker of the House tells you to take your seat or has explained to you that you are standing on the incorrect point of order, we have a duty which we have agreed to, and it stands in the Rules and Guidelines Book of Parliament too, to take your seat and then remain quiet. So I would like you, Madam Speaker, to please rule on Rule 65, read together with Rule 77, because I believe that both the points of order were irrelevant and are now causing gross disorderly conduct in the House.
Thank you very much,
Speaker.
Honorable Tambo.
Speaker, may I address you?
Honorable Tambo, you're not going to address me. Sit down. Take your seat. You are not going to address me because you have not allowed me to address you, honorable member. You've not. So allow me to address you. And my point is to you, honorable member, as you raise your point of order, you should not in any way make reflections upon the president or any other members of parliament. And this is what you are doing. Your point of order when you started, I allowed you to speak because you said you wanted to speak on rule number 92. You went on, you read the constitution, which was very good, and I allowed you time. And after you've done that, you are now making reflections on people in the National Assembly. And I am saying I cannot allow that because that is out of order. That is out of order.
May I clarify, Speaker?
You're not going to clarify that.
No, but you have made a ruling that I think is
And
inconsistent with
in
what I was saying.
in
In
addition,
terms of what I was saying, Speaker, you've not followed what I was saying.
no, I followed what you are
We
saying.
wanted to take our time.
Honorable
because-
Tlakute,
Speaker.
But Speaker, can you also know that you are here in Parliament as well on virtual platform? We have called
Okay.
order here.
okay, Honorable Mkhalib. Honorable Tambo,
I took my time, Speaker, to
you
explain
took your time and I took
Constitution,
my time to
because there's no
explain the
limit to a
rules
point
to
of
you.
order. The people at
I-
home need to understand what we're saying the president has done.
Honorable Tambo,
We need to explain to the people of
you
South
are
Africa
causing
that the president has
disorder
not
in the
money.
House.
Why are you limiting us from that?
Honorable Tambo, you are causing disorder in the House. And I am warning you now, because when I address you, you should not talk as I address you in terms of the rules. Yes, Honorable Jakude,
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
it's a point of
I
order.
stand on a point of order,
Honorable
Honorable
Mtangwin,
Speaker.
it's a point of order, right? It is a point of order. You
But
are
how
not
do you
going to
know?
scream.
Never the
You're not
point of
going to
order. How do you
scream.
know that?
Yes, Jakude.
How do you know the end of order, Speaker?
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on Rule 69,
Yeah.
point of order, Rule 69, sub-rule C and D, which reads, repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer, no member may, repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer or repeatedly disrespecting and interrupting the presiding officer while the latter is addressing the House. No member may persist in making serious allegations against a member without adequate substantiation or following the correct procedure. The issue that the Honorable Tambo is raising, Honorable Speaker, hasn't been tested anywhere. The president is not arrested. The president hasn't appeared before the court of law. The president is not charged anywhere. So can we please not put the cart before the horse? Let's allow the process, the proper processes to be followed. Let's allow the law enforcement agencies to do their work. As Parliament, we are not trained to do that. The president agreed that he will subject himself to any process. So let's allow that. The rules are saying that, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you very much.
Jakude. Honorable Jakude, thank you. No. Hold on, honorable members. I'm not going to have anyone disrupting this session. Not again. Not again. Now, Honorable Member Tambo, I am now giving you a formal warning. You will not do what you have done again. We now proceed with the business of the time.
May I ask a question, House Chair? Did you make any ruling? But House Chair, can I be protected? I want clarity.
You are
because the
protected, Honorable Tambo.
previous speaker says that I violated your ruling. Can you clarify if you made any ruling in terms of the utterances I
You
said?
have violated the rule because as I was addressing you, right, you continued to speak. I have given you an opportunity to address me in the same way that I came in here and I addressed all honorable members. I gave you an opportunity. And even though I gave you an opportunity, when I tried to stop you now, when you were making reflections on members of parliament, you continued to speak, and I said it cannot be. So I am now, correctly so, to giving you a warning. Honorable members, yes, I now have Honorable Honorable Mtangwin, you and I have had a chat. You are not going to do those things which the two of us have spoken about. Honorable Mkalipi on the virtual platform.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me. Honorable Speaker, I think you are very unfair on Honorable Tambo. We are disturbing him while he's following the rules. He's quoting Rule 92, subsection 1, which he is protected with. And when he's articulating his point of order and is quoting the Constitution, you allow Mazoni, Honorable Mazoni, I don't want to say Honorable Mazoni, Ms. Mazoni, to disturb her, to say that,
Mkalipi,
but I'm still speaking
in
to her.
terms of the same Rule 85, a member, no member may impute improper motives to any member.
But I have not seen it.
No, wait.
That's the problem
Allow
of
me
your
to
speaker.
speak. or
To speak on what? Because we have not had my point of
and
order.
that's exactly what Honorable Tambo has just done. And this is
No,
what
it's just that you are impatient. You are not listening to us.
Honorable Mkalipi.
No, just give us a chance, Speaker. Don't be like
Honorable Mkalipi.
You must not be
Honorable
impatient.
Mkalipi, I am now
You
warning
must
you.
preside over this house. Don't be impatient. We are putting point of
Honorable
orders.
Mkalipi, I have warned you.
On what now?
I am saying to you, I have ruled on Honorable Tambo's statement. Because now you are challenging, both yourself and Honorable Tambo are actually challenging my ruling.
I want a clarity. I'm not challenging your ruling.
No, you
I'm
are.
saying.
You
No,
are.
just listen for a second, Speaker. I'm saying why he was on the platform. You allow Mazoni to disturb him. Why he's articulating in terms of the
Honorable Mazoni.
So when Speaker, now you don't respect the Constitution of Republic of South Africa. Are you allowing the president to have violated the
second warning?
South Africa?
I'm giving
Just
you a
clarify
second
that
warning.
point. South Africans wants to know that you have thrown out the Constitution of the Republic, Speaker. Just tell us. Just clarify that.
You are out of order, and because you are out of order and you have refused to listen, I am now removing you from the platform.
No, Speaker, you can't do that.
Now,
it can't be
we
the only intervention is warning.
Honorable Pambo.
Speaker, please listen to us.
I've not recognized you. I have, and by the way, I did say that no other member may raise another point of order before the presiding officer has ruled on the first one.
I didn't call for a point of order.
No, I'm not going. You are not going to force me to recognize you. There are other hands in the chamber here.
No problem.
Yes, Honorable.
So also in the house.
Honorable Umpile Maitwe, Honorable Member, don't do that. Honorable Member, treat us with respect here in this chamber. There must be mutual respect amongst members. Don't scream at us. Honorable Mente, I recognize you.
That's all we're asking.
Honorable Mente, I recognize you. Honorable Umpile, I have not recognized you and I'm warning you now. I am warning you and I'm going to throw you out. Honorable Mente.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order, Rule 92, subsection 1. Speaker, number 1, I think you should also be cautious of what you say, because now you are intimidating us. You've just thrown out Honorable Mkalipi when she did not say anything but seeking clarity. Yesterday you did the same thing, and when manhandling Honorable Babalo Matule.
Honorable Member, I have made a
sexually harassing Honorable Babalo Matule.
I have made a ruling. Honorable Mente, please, with all due respect, I have made a ruling on it, and you are not going to challenge my ruling.
On a point of order,
I will not proceed. You are doing exactly what you did yesterday. You are again trying to prevent the business of the House from continuing. I am recognizing other points of order. Honorable Member.
On a point of order.
Yes, you'll come after Honorable Mamuluko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms, I rise on point of order in terms of Rule 6. Rule 6 gives the Speaker the responsibility to frame a ruling which cannot be challenged throughout until a sitting of the Rules Committee that can make a recommendation to the House. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, since you have framed a ruling at the beginning of a sitting, at the beginning of the sitting, you made a framing. So meaning once you have done that, no other member is allowed to stand, make a reference to the matter that you have already ruled, which is relating to the President and the Pala House. So what we are requesting, Madam Speaker, is that because of the framing and the rule that gives you that framing responsibility, and that the only time any member can rise on that matter is after a sitting of a rules committee, meaning that no other member during this proceeding can stand on that point of order. And that immediately you can make a ruling to take even them out immediately without having to listen to that member. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kubai, you are correct. There is that provision. However, honorable members, for now, there is no basis for me to use that rule. I will use that rule when the time comes and it becomes necessary for me to do so. For now, there is no basis for that. Honorable members, I take Honorable Shivambo from the virtual platform.
Mr. Speaker, yes, on a point of order, Speaker, there is no rule that permits you, none whatsoever, to suspend the rules of the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly are permanently and perpetually applicable as long as there's a sitting of the National Assembly.
Honorable Shivambo,
there is nowhere in the rules that gives you the power.
The rule
now, the point of order that I'm raising, the order that I'm raising,
there is no point of order.
Can you please listen?
I am listening. You should listen
yes,
too.
the point of order is that yesterday
listen to
you called rascals whom are called parliamentary protection services to sexually harass members of parliament.
What are you talking about?
You called. Listen first. Be patient. Yesterday you called in security guards. You called in security guards yesterday. You called in male security guards yesterday to come and harass members of parliament.
I'm giving you
a warning. Can you please listen?
Because there's no
warning for what?
There is no point of order.
But listen first.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Listen on the point of order first.
Point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker,
take a seat.
You are ill-treating people who are on the virtual platform.
Take a seat, Honorable Tambo.
But you are ill-treating people on the virtual
I'm not
platform.
ill-treating them.
Because you don't give them time to
Honorable Tambo, take a seat.
You're part of the National Assembly.
Take a seat, Honorable Tambo.
It's wrong.
Thank you, Honorable Tambo.
Allow Honorable
Tambo. Honorable Tambo. Honorable Tambo. Honorable Tambo, take your seat.
No.
Take your seat. No, yes, empty. I do have honorable here. Honorable Kungubele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought in terms of the same Rule 6, your indulgence is backed. That the basis for its execution has always been there. And now a number of these members, Honorable Speaker.
Pointing fingers, Speaker, is unparliamentary. You must not be pointing fingers at us.
Okay, withdraw with this. Withdraw this.
No, withdraw your finger, Chief. Withdraw your finger.
In terms of Rule 6, they have continued to undermine the frame. So the
Speaker, Kungubele is pulling a Z sign at us. Kungubele is pulling a middle finger at us as members of parliament, Speaker.
It's actually undermining Rule 6.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you. Thank you very much. Point of order, Speaker. Hold on.
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable members.
Yes, Speaker.
May I clarify something to all of you? All of you. I am sitting here. I am a presiding officer. I've got the rules here. And at some time, I have to consult with the table office because they are more familiar with the rules than all of us here. And I take their advice very seriously. I am saying, therefore, it is not yet the time for me to rule or to use Rule 6 because there are rules under which we are still basing my facts on. I can't see here. We are going to finish this debate.
Speaker.
I can assure you.
Speaker.
Speaker. Somewhere. The ultimate will be that the president will read his response and we will then finish and adjourn the meeting. You are not going to do what you did yesterday. In fact,
Speaker.
yes,
On a point of order.
Honorable
On a point
members,
of order.
you did
On a point
not
of
raise
order.
your hand.
I did, Speaker, is there.
No, you don't appear on my system. You just barged in. You did not.
I did.
Primrose.
Can you be patient, Speaker, with us, please?
Honorable Sane, Honorable Primrose, you are not going to barge in. I'm addressing the assembly.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Primrose, this is my second warning to you, Pindafoot.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Honorable Speaker.
Primrose,
Honorable Speaker.
I have now removed you from the system.
for what?
Remove
On a point of order, Speaker.
Primrose S
Speaker.
from the system. Thank
Speaker.
you.
On a
Honorable
point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Cesar.
Speaker, I want to remind you what the Constitution is saying on Section 10, the Bill of Rights.
Yes.
It says that everyone has a right to dignity, and that dignity must be protected. And I want you to clarify to us, which dignity did you protect yesterday?
Honorable Cesar.
bebanjwa ngaphansi
you are out
namabele
of order.
bebanjwa amabele izakuba njani lento enqileni
You are out
izakuba
of
njani lento
order.
enqileni sisayilungisa in a patriarchal society like
I
ours
warn you. I'm giving you
izakuba
a
njani
warning,
speaker sicela
Honorable
ucacise
Cesar.
kuloo ndawo sidlule apho
I
kuqala
am now giving you a warning for the second time. Pinda futhi. Pinda futhi. Speaker. Thank you very much.
When you're threatening us like that.
Speaker.
Speaker. Ponani.
I rise on a point of
Don't do that.
Speaker, what you are doing is unfair. I rise on rule number 68, Speaker.
Honorable
That
Punani,
speak
what
of
are you
the
saying?
I rise on rule number 68. That
Rule
speak
number
of
68?
irrelevance of
Yes.
irrelevance or repetition, Speaker.
Yes.
The presiding officer may order a member addressing the House to stop speaking if that member, despite warnings from the chair, persists in irrelevant or repetitive arguments. Speaker, from since we started at 10 o'clock, the honorable members.
Punani, take your seat.
Thank you.
And mute.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Now, I now recognize you, Honorable Ntlangwini.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Speaker, you can't be doing that. You don't allow our members to finish the points of orders. I mean, how do you anticipate what the member is going to say?
Unfortunately, Honorable, I am actually.
Our members finish their points.
Now,
of
Honorable
orders.
Member, if I may
Not
say
allowing
this,
me now
Honorable
again to
Member,
finish. Where are we?
wait a minute. Honorable
we?
Member,
Does the
if an
Constitution
honorable
protect
member,
what rules the
right
past?
from the beginning, in his opening statements,
You can't.
no, Honorable Member, I can.
You can't.
Sit down, Honorable Member. You done? Sit down. Sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Honorable Members, we continue.
No, Speaker.
Order,
On a
Speaker.
point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. Wait a minute.
Speaker, the problem that we are having here is that you are threatening people you're going to remove them. You can't just remove people. Yesterday people were
Take a seat, Honorable Member.
Because of men that
Take
you
a
came out.
seat.
No,
Take a
Speaker,
seat.
you are not right,
I'm the
Speaker.
only one who's presiding
no,
here.
You are biased, Speaker.
Okay, you
are biased.
continue.
Listening
I
to
am
us.
warning you now.
No,
Take a
no,
seat.
Speaker. You're not
I
being
am
right.
warning you for the second time.
No,
Take a
Speaker, it's
seat.
not like that. You can't just come and
Honorable,
say-
all right.
Why are you saying that? Moving people from your
Honorable Member, will you please leave the house? Honorable Marais,
Order, Speaker.
leave the house.
Point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Marais, leave
Point
the
of
house.
order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Aibo, this Speaker.
Sergeant and Arms, Will you please assist
order, Speaker.
Honorable Marais
Point of
to
order,
leave the
Speaker.
House?
Because the men are touching our private parts.
No, they will not touch. No,
Bring women
never.
to remove us, not men. They will
will
make
not
a
do
case
that.
against you.
Just
Because the men
On
touched us
record,
yesterday.
a woman
Order,
is
Speaker.
touched their
Point of order, Speaker.
that was and that's
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Zakuya.
Honorable Speaker.
Hoibo.
It has been up for over 20 minutes now, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Marais.
But Speaker, this is unfair. The virtual platform is part of Parliament. Can we be recognized,
Parliamentary
please?
Protection
Point of order,
Services
Speaker.
touch your private parts.
Point of
when
order,
they-
Speaker.
Point of
I would
order,
not-
Speaker.
As a woman, I would not allow that. But
of
I'm
order,
appealing
Speaker.
with you to leave the House.
You are a woman and you're allowing men to touch our private
No,
parts.
Speaker,
You must be ashamed
now
of
leave the
yourself.
House.
You must be ashamed
Leave the
of
House.
yourself.
Order,
A
Speaker.
woman doing it to other women. On a point of order, Speaker. You must be ashamed of yourself. On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
I am now calling the protection,
On
the
a point of
Parliamentary
order,
Protection
Speaker.
Services
You are being
to remove you.
disingenuous in this moment by saying you did not know.
On a point of
Speaker,
order,
you are not going to be touched by men here. No security is going to touch our women.
order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
That's why you become rapists, because you deny.
You emotional, speak.
I'm not emotional. I'm not emotional.
Point of order, Speaker.
On
You have
point
to
of
be a
order,
man
Speaker.
to recognize
Please
me,
leave.
Speaker.
I
have to be a man
Okay,
that you
these ones are not made. Out. They are made. They are not
Up for
made.
20 minutes. 20 minutes. Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, point of order.
I'm raising on rule number 26, subsection 2. Yes, Speaker. Among some of your responsibilities, you have the responsibility to uphold the dignity of this House. And we are conveying a message to you, telling you that women EFF MPs yesterday were sexually harassed. We're telling you for the 4th time now, and you have ignored these constant calls, alerting to you as a speaker who's a woman, that women in this House were sexually harassed by the securities you called on them. And you are doing it again by ignoring us and also acting very unleniently to women MPs in this House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Chirwa.
How many men have been disturbing you online?
Honorable Chirwa.
When it's a woman, you mute them.
Honorable
and you kick them
Chirwa.
out and you call securities on them.
Honorable
because you are
Chirwa.
anti-women.
It's a warning.
They must behave. Women must behave.
Second warning, Honorable Chirwa.
Because you are doing us a favor.
Honorable Chirwa, I've now warned you twice, and I just want to say something. I think for the sake of the integrity and the dignity of this House, Honorable Chirwa, you said Honorable Marais raised my attention to the fact that she does not want to be removed here by a man because they sexually harass them. Tula kengo tula. And I have said women should come in and remove her. Because
Speaker, Tula is tantamount to saying shut up. You can't say
you are going to accuse me of allowing for sexual harassment of women. You are wrong.
I'm going to ask you for the last time, Speaker.
No, it's your fault, Speaker. It's your fault.
I've now warned you. Honorable, please leave the House. Leave the House. Leave the House. Leave the House, Honorable Chinwa. Leave the House.
But Speaker, you can't do that. You can't do what you're doing, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
You've got the right to raise a point of order.
Please,
And she's raising very important issues. Why are you coming up on the virtual platform? We are not recognized.
let me just finish with Honorable
Been
Chirwa.
raising my hand, but you don't
there's a point
you don't
of order,
allow
please.
me to raise my point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chirwa, for leaving the House. What are you doing, Tambo?
You see, you're doing it again. You called a man on me again.
Honorable.
You're doing it again, Speaker.
Honorable Tambo.
Calling men to come and handle us in this house. You're not upholding
the house.
the dignity of this house at the cost of women in this house. You're not doing us a favor, Speaker, by allowing us to speak in this house. We are telling you a very important issue.
I am now
we are being sexually harassed under your watch, and you are letting it happen. As a woman speaker in this country, you are not lenient on women MPs. You kick us out very quickly. You mute us on the Zoom platform, but to men, you do nothing to them.
I am now
you do nothing to the men in this house.
You're completing.
Honorable Tambo and Honorable Chirwa, I am removing you, Honorable Tambo, because
you are trying to cover up, because I'm telling you that you are lenient on men. Now you want to remove Tambo. What did he do? He did nothing. You said you must remove me. Tambo, Speaker. It's because you can see that what I'm telling you is the truth. You are lenient on men. You are very generous in the direction that we're being attacked so
physically
intervene. Will you do that? You allow gender-based violence to happen to women MPs under your watch. That will be a legacy. The very same way it was the legacy of Baleka Mbete. Protecting a man who is accused also himself of torturing a woman on his farm. We are not different to him.
Take it out, Honorable Speaker.
Hey, you, Pumani no babini, Puman.
This is your legacy.
Puman,
this is your legacy. Abuse.
Pumani.
And your legacy is disrespect when another lady.
Honorable members. Honorable Tafeni. Honorable
Speaker, what is this you are doing now?
Honorable Tafeni.
Speaker. Speaker, what is this thing you are doing now?
The names. No, the one who was pouring water now.
You are perpetuating the harassment of women. Shame on you, Speaker.
Any member who is interfering with the removal of those
Speaker, why are men security touching the
Speaker, you will account to this thing because you are started. You repeating what Baleka Mbete have done. Shame on you. You are doing all this to protect the money launderer.
But you also canceled women to insult the Speaker.
Which insult? What is an insult?
Down on record, Speaker.
That she is unleashing brutality.
Records.
Men are touching women's breasts and bums and our private parts.
Your attention, honorable members. I read your names. Read your names.
Come here and be so by you.
Honorable Tafeni.
If you can say
Honorable Mkonto, Honorable Matulela, and Honorable, yes, those three
must come here shut out by you.
Then Speaker, what did they do?
Rules obstructing the removal of members from the house. Honorable members, leave.
No.
Okay.
Leave the house. Leave the house.
What? What did she do?
Honorable members, leave the house.
What did they do? Which rule are you using? Which rule?
Honorable members, will you now leave the house?
It is Cyril who must leave the house. It is the money launderer who must
Will you please take out Honorable Matulela, Honorable Mkonto, and Honorable Tafeni?
Then Speaker, what did they do?
Konto is out, Honorable Matulela, and Honorable Tafeni.
Marikana
You are not a woman, you are not speaker. You are not a woman, you are a male.
Caught people with water because you opened a bottle of water, and therefore
You need to protect the speaker. The murderer of Marikana people must also leave.
they must leave. I said they must leave. Invite the PSS to remove them. Ladies, ladies. Invite the women from the PSS to remove the women.
Do you remember that women must be removed by women? Today, only today.
Speaker,
Honorable members, will you please lower your hands? Honorable members, lower your hands. Because once I have made a ruling on a member, I have to make sure that the member...
ngeke sizehlisa izandla lalela into esiyishoyo thina ukuthi sithini ngeke sizehlisa izandla khuleka nje
member honorable members
I can suspend ngoba nifuna khona ukuthi nenze ukuthanda ngeke nje
suspend the business of the house. I now suspend the business of the house. And honorable will you please come together here?
You must suspend Cyril. Suspend the money launderer.
You must suspend all the EFF.
Honorable members, honorable members,
We are not going anywhere.
in the business of the house, and whips, will you please consult?
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, I have requested the whips to come together. Honorable Zakute, Honorable Zakute, will you please escort the president out? Will you please escort the president out? Thank you. Honorable chief whips of political parties.
You one of them, you are. Yes, yes. Wait till Mapulu. Criminals masquerading as priests.
Well, Chief Whip, you are actually hosting the meeting which I have called. And whips of the majority party, will you please go out? The other whips are leaving.
Yet you are upholding the Constitution. Well, the upholder of the Constitution, but you
in the manner in which we did. All of us expected that by now we would be done with our work. However, in terms of the powers vested in me, I had to give rule number 77 because it allows me, in the event of a grave disorder at a meeting, that the presiding officer may adjourn the meeting or may suspend the proceedings for a period to be stated by him or her, which is what we have just done. Honorable members, I want to start by, before I'm going to allow parties to speak, and each party will have a minute. But I want to start by saying what happened here this morning is totally unacceptable. All of us as members of parliament, the first thing in your orientation or in your induction, whatever it is, the first thing you are taught, amongst others, is that this part at the center, where the mace is kept, is a sacred part of the chamber. You may not walk there for as long as the mace is there. You may not even cross the floor from the one side to the other for as long as the mace is there. Now, what happened this morning was totally unacceptable. And I mean unacceptable, honorable members. But allow me to give each party a minute to speak. And Honorable Tafeni, the fact that I'm speaking with you present here, keep it in your mind, I haven't forgotten that I had asked you to leave the house. So once these parties have spoken because you decided to come back and you're occupying your seat, remember, you will still go out. Honorable the ANC Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Indeed, you have practiced what is written in Rule 77, that when there is grave disorder, you can suspend the House. And we have fully supported your intervention. We met as political parties. I presided over the meeting, as I usually do when there is a Chief Whips Forum. We have agreed that on the order paper, there is one item, response by the President today here. And we are saying the President is going to respond in this chamber today at this hour. And whatever has happened in the previous session before adjournment must be investigated and proper steps must be taken. We cannot be taken for granted here as members of parliament. When we have agreed in the Chief Whips Forum, we agreed in the NAPC on the procedures that parliament is going to undertake. And therefore, as the ANC, we are saying President is going to address here because parties yesterday have raised their concerns, they've debated, they expect the President to respond. The South Africans are expecting the President to respond. And you cannot come here and talk about the charges that are nowhere to be found at this moment. When that time comes for charges, then it's a different game altogether. Now we want to proceed with the sitting. Thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Member from the ANC, the DA.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, members of Parliament. What we have seen today in this House can never happen again. Not only do we as Parliament deserve better, but the South African Republic deserves better. We are 400 representatives of almost 63 million people. 63 million people count on us to make their lives better every day. What we did today was a show of embarrassment that will cross the world and we will be laughed at on the world spectrum. It can never happen again. To be a member of Parliament is an honour, and we should take that honour very seriously. I don't want to talk about what happened because I think it's disgusting and I think that it should be dealt with in an external forum. But what I appeal to everyone is for calm, for rationality, and for us to do the work. So many people need our help.
Order, Speaker.
There's a point of order. However, Honorable Member, If I may remind you, I did say that when honorable members on the virtual platform raise a point of order, do so by raising your hand. The table assistants will see your hand on the system and will draw my attention to it.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
And thank you for indulging me. Speaker, can we please ask the Honorable Mazzoni to try to either speak with a shop steward voice or speak closer to the mic, because it looks like she's trying.
Okay. To the voice, closer to the mic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Malema. Honorable Mazon, sit down, Honorable Mazon.
Thank you.
In this instance, and then you speak to, closer to the mic. Thank you.
To be a member of parliament is a great honor. We all know this. 400 of us represent 63 million South Africans. We do not have the luxury of causing chaos, especially at a time where our country finds itself in the situation that it's in. Section 36 of the Constitution limits our rights, and it says that no one's rights may outweigh someone else's rights. My party and my party leader took part in the debate yesterday, and it is our constitutional right to hear the response of the president. The president has a constitutional right too to respond to what he was asked and messages that were sent to him yesterday. I ask that we hold the decorum of this House, that we start acting like the 400 representatives that the South Africans voted into public. And I would publicly like to thank the Democratic Alliance Caucus for being well behaved, and I'd like to thank every other member in Parliament who sat down, did not get involved in physical altercations, and I'd like to say that I hope going forward we never see this violence again. We've come from a violent background. Let us teach our children that violence is violence, and we only need to be an example of good governance and good behavior to children who are watching Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Mazzoni.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from the EFF. In this case, it will be Honorable Shivambo from the virtual platform.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Please beg my indulgence. I beg your indulgence so that we are able to hear each other clearly. Yesterday, the public protector of South Africa was suspended by a sitting president, and there is no conviction that has been passed by any competent.
Honorable Shivambo, I don't want us to fight. I don't want to.
I'm giving context. Please listen to what I'm saying.
No, you are
completely
out of order. We are now talking about what happened before we left
I'm
and
giving
how
context.
we move forward.
Want to say, yes, the way forward that we're putting as the EFF is that the president, yes, he's not yet been convicted, but there are serious allegations against him. He must therefore not be permitted to speak here in this parliament. We did the same thing in the previous administration, and you know what have been the benefits of this decisive and necessary action. So Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa must not be allowed to speak today. In the same way the public protector is suspended, he must step aside as well so that he can be able to answer to all these allegations of money laundering, of torturing women.
Thank
in
you
the
very
same way
much,
the parliamentary services
Shivambo. You've
did.
made your
And
point.
Speaker, but you allowed the previous speaker to speak for 2 minutes. I was counting now.
It was 1 minute.
And then in conclusion,
you are
Speaker.
at minus 23 seconds now.
In conclusion, Speaker, we have opened a case against you as a Speaker and the security rascals of Parliament who have assaulted our members who are currently in hospital. You are going to be held accountable for calling violence on members of Parliament. We're going to take action against you. In the same way, we were charged in Parliament for touching a white person. Now we're acquitted. You are going to be held accountable for instructing rascals to assault members of Parliament in a way that is unconstitutional. So that you must take note of.
Okay.
Cyril Ramaphosa must not speak today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shivambo. You've made your point, and I've noted what you've just said to me.
And he's not going to speak. That's Cyril.
May I now invite the Honorable Member from the IFP?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable President. I'm sorry I'm going to sit, but I think it's better that you can hear. Firstly, I believe that there are many platforms and fora where we could address some of the issues that are being raised here on the House
Conformists are
by other
speaking.
members. And whether
Conformist.
Honorable Malema wants to call me a conformist or not, he's right. I am allowed to express myself on behalf of my political party. And as far as we are concerned, we have gathered here over the last 2 days to deal with Budget Vote 1. And we received the remarks by the President. There were remarks by all political party leaders, and we expect the President to respond to whatever was said yesterday. However, having said that, Honorable Chairperson, I think we also, as Chief Whips Forum, and we've agreed that we need to investigate some of the actions that took place in this House, the injuries that might have taken place to members of the Public Protection Order and to members of Parliament. And this is something we want to assure this House that's going to be done. And we believe as the IFP that the President should respond, and we want to listen to his response very, very carefully, notwithstanding the fact that other issues will be taken up as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable
Speaker,
Freedom
sorry,
Front.
Speaker.
Freedom
Speaker,
Front.
sorry, before the next speaker, can you please ask the ICT to allow President Julius Malema to enter the platform? He's been put on hold.
Why is he out of the platform?
No, he had network issues. It was network issues, Speaker, so he's trying to log back in, but the ICT is not allowing him in. Please.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Honorable Malema did address me earlier on, but ICT, will you please make sure that he's back? Maybe he's cut off, but I don't think there's a deliberate decision which was taken for him to be out of the system. Honorable Mtangwini.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Speaker, I just wanted to correct you. It was not Honorable Malema for
Okay.
answered purposes. It was Honorable Vuyani. So
Okay.
can you just allow Honorable Malema to
the
come
voices, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I really assumed it was him. Will you please allow Honorable Malema to come in? The Honorable Member of the FF.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, colleagues, this is Parliament. We are the members of the National Assembly, 400 of us, and in terms of the Constitution, we represent the people of South Africa. That is who we are. Each one of us represents 50,000 people out there, the electorate, and we should behave accordingly. That is a huge responsibility. Now, we may differ from each other in terms of political positions and points of view, but the Constitution clearly stipulates that the National Assembly is the highest legal authority on the national level in South Africa. And today we are busy with oversight, giving the President an opportunity to be responsible for his budget and also to do oversight and allow the President to reply. Whether we sit here until 9 o'clock tonight, the President will speak. That is the Constitution, and that is what is expected of all of us. When we became members of Parliament, we all swore an oath in terms of Schedule 2 of the Constitution, in which we all undertook to uphold the Constitution and the law of the Republic and to do our job in terms of the best of our ability. Some of us should do better. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable FF. Honorable ACDP.
Thank
member.
you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP would like to agree with you that what happened yesterday and today is totally unacceptable. And while we appreciate that there are a number of questions to be asked and answered by the President, we should allow him to account to the nation and to respond. So we are fully supportive of him responding today. The nation is looking to us for leadership at this time, given the large number of challenges facing us when you have COVID-19, when you have flooding, even Parliament's fire. And they're looking to us, they're looking to the President, they're looking to us for leadership. And Speaker, we need as leaders to apologize to the nation for how we have conducted ourselves. And I also apologize for gestures from my side that were unbecoming. Each of us needs to maintain the decorum of the House. If we do not do that, then rightfully citizens of the country will start questioning the legitimacy of Parliament and start referring to us as children or as a circus. And that we cannot allow. We need to be able to exercise our oversight correctly, and each party needs to be able to participate in that process in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the rules. I thank you, Speaker.
I thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member from Cope.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and members. I think all the chief whips of the political parties met, and a decision there was taken that the president must be allowed to speak, so that he can give a response to the problems, the questions, everything that was raised yesterday, and the way forward as you proposed. We therefore agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member from Cope. The AIC? Not here. Good.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Speaker, the eyes is there.
Oh, okay, sorry. Honourable
Honourable Speaker, yesterday
Honourable Chafter.
we took almost 8 hours debating the budget votes. Honourable Speaker.
Yes, we are listening to you. You are audible. Thank you.
Oh yes, I was saying yesterday we took almost 8 hours debating the budget votes on presidents, and all the political parties had a chance or an opportunity to say whatever they feel about the president, and almost all political parties demanded answers from the president about the allegations that are put against him. We are therefore expecting the president to respond today and listen to what he's gonna say about the allegations. We therefore cannot disallow the president not to respond to our demands. That is to our questions that we posed yesterday. As the AIC, we feel the president must be given an opportunity and respond as the decision taken by the chief, the whippering. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member from the AIC. Honourable Member from Good.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, what we saw yesterday and today is deeply disturbing to see the People's House degraded in the way we have seen it. Speaker, the rules that provide for the removal of a member from this House is not intended to provide an opportunity to provoke a forced eviction. The member that's asked to leave this House in terms of the rules should leave so without being forced to do so. And we should not see the disgusting violence that we saw this morning. I'm sorry to hear that there are members that are in hospital, but from where I was sitting, I saw members of this House assaulting parliamentary staff, and that's not acceptable. Speaker, we are here to conduct the business of the people of South Africa. Speaker,
Order.
We do not represent our personal grievances.
Order.
We are here
members.
to serve the people of South Africa.
Order, Speaker. There is no point of order for now.
Speaker, he's lying. There's
No,
no such that happened. There's no
remove,
such that happened.
withdraw that. You are saying he's
I
lying.
will not withdraw. He's lying. He's lying. Why single us as saying we assaulted the staff? We did not. They assaulted us.
Honourable Yako.
We did not. No, that's a lie.
Honourable Yako, will you please withdraw what you have just said?
I will not withdraw, Speaker.
Okay, then if you're not withdrawing, please you are feel free to walk out. Please, you leave the chamber.
Speaker, how is it that always the only option is to kick people out of
Honourable
the House?
Tambo, wait. I am using the rules of the House. Honourable Yako, please leave the House.
Speaker, he is misleading the House. He is misleading the House. He is lying. He is misleading the House. We can take.
Honourable, will you please withdraw?
The House. That is not what happened.
You are refusing to withdraw.
Happened. I will not withdraw.
But he's misleading the House.
Yako, I'm coming back to you. I will allow. Good, you've finished.
May I conclude, Speaker?
Please conclude.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we're not here to represent our personal grievances.
Why are you concluding? You're a liar or a man?
South Africa, and the crises are urgent. Speaker, they rely on us, the people of South Africa rely on us to provide leadership and solutions, not chaos and disrespect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member from the NFP.
Honourable Speaker.
NFP, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this House, we have different processes that we follow. One of the things we're dealing with now is the budget process. And the purpose of a budget process is to ensure that we have allocations of resources so that we can deliver services to the people on the ground. Now, 63 million people in this country, Honorable Speaker, are watching the decorum and dignity of this House go to an all-time low. They have entrusted us as the highest decision-making body in this House to act in the best interest, with respect, with dignity, with the highest levels of morality. Now, what we are doing here, Honorable Speaker, is everything else but acting in the interest of the people. The National Freedom Party is very clear about this, that the process must continue. If we are unhappy about anything, we have other opportunities, we have other processes that we can follow. But this particular sitting must take place. It must continue. There are allegations. Allegations will be dealt with. There's allegations against many people, not only in this House, all over the world. But we cannot live just on allegations. Allow the processes to continue today. Allow the president to continue so that we can take South Africa forward. And I want to plead to anyone in this House that has the interest of the people of this country to please allow the process to continue.
Thank you, Honorable Member from the National Freedom Front. I am sorry, Honorable Member from the UDM, I should have called you before the member from the NF.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I heard Honorable Mazone complimenting or commending members of a caucus for being well behaved. Well, I think I should commend the 50% attendance record of the UDM in the House for those guys for being well behaved. Look, Speaker, I think, firstly, let's give a bit of context. This is, if you were to look at it, this is President Ramaphosa's pay back the money moment. If you were to look at the political strategies employed in the House. And it is not up to us or up to the UDM really to try to be a political analyst and analyze the position of other political parties, whether I agree with them or not. But what is important is that I have been in the media over the past few days, speaking on behalf of my party, saying that we expect the president to come here to account. And my leader, my president, actually did raise a few issues in his speech that he would like the president to respond to, because this is the opportunity to do so. In other words, what we expect is that once you have allowed other parties to ventilate whatever views they want to bring forward, it's important that this process proceeds so that the president can respond to the inputs that were made by the party leaders. But I want to also say that I think the violence is really, the use of violence is really regrettable. It's something that is this House, we need to once more investigate again, look into it and see how we can prevent it from happening again in future. I think, Speaker, you know, there are a lot of videos circulating around. I was sent a video also of EFF MPs who were still being manhandled outside. They were evicted from the House, but outside of the precinct, they were still being beaten, even though they pose no threat to the security. What do you call them again? PSS. Now I'm trying to say we need to look at people who have evidence of all the violence that has happened in the House. They need to be submitted so that we look at this thing properly as we map the way forward and try to do it properly. I said all videos that have to do with violence.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from the UDM. Honorable Member from the ATM. Honorable Member from the ATM. You're not on the virtual platform? Okay. Honorable Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we would like to thank you for your leadership. We'd like to thank you for your fairness. We'd like to thank you for your decorum. And however, Honorable Speaker, it is unacceptable that Parliament should be a precinct for gender-based violence. I know there were issues about males touching the private parts of females, But for Al Jamaa, it's also if females touch the private parts of other females. So we need to revisit the rules, Honorable Speaker. There should be no sign of any violence in the parliamentary precinct. So the speaker obviously needs to have certain powers to deal with these issues. So the Rules Committee, and I'm going to instruct Mr. Singh, who represents the speaker, the smaller parties, we need to look at the rules as to give the speaker other powers other than getting people to be removed from the house, which is infringement on their dignity, and secondly, for them to be removed forcibly. This is unacceptable. We are setting a bad example to learners in classrooms, to municipalities all over, because Parliament sets the standards. So Al Jamaa would like to call for us to revisit the powers that the Speaker has, and to give the Speaker even stronger powers. But definitely we don't want the nation to see physical violence, physical removal in the House. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member from Al Jamaa. The last speaker now will be Honourable Member from the PAC.
Thank you, Speaker. The last speaker should have been the Honourable Member from Al Jamaa. This thing of calling Al Jamaa before PAC is at the Speaker. Apologize. Good Dalandi.
My apologies, Honourable Nyoto.
Be that as it may, Comrade Speaker, we have raised issues last night with the President. Issues that I believe are relevant for my constituents. And therefore, I expect the President to come and respond to those issues, in particular the plight of military veterans. So the President must speak and respond to our issues. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, order.
Honourable Speaker, can I correct something here? Honourable Malema.
Honourable Malema, yes.
The Honourable Sin said, I said he's a conformist. I never said that. I was not even on the platform. I was listening on TV. So it's incorrect to just put me into things I'm not in, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Malema, for drawing our attention to that. Honourable Singh.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, I'd like to apologize to the Honourable Malema. There was no name on the screen and it sounded like him, but thank you very much, and I hope he accepts the apology.
Thank you very much, Honourable Singh. Honourable members, order. Honourable Member, as we proceed, allow me to just indicate to you that we've taken serious consideration into the issue which was raised here by Honourable Chirwa. Honourable Chirwa, who actually was really throwing it at the Speaker that the Speaker is committing gender-based violence. I would like to say that, one, we were not aware of what is happening if it did happen, and therefore what we will do now is to conduct an investigation post this debate. Conduct an investigation. Fortunately, there are videos everywhere, even outside there are cameras, so we'll be able to get the exact information about what happened as people were being taken out. But equally, I want to commend Honourable Ntangweni yesterday, because when she was asked to leave the house, she understood exactly that and she walked. And as the parliamentary
On a point of order, Speaker, no, now you are patronizing us. No, you are patronizing us,
Okay.
and it's wrong what you are doing.
No need to
Never divorce
patronize.
me from my caucus. Never do that.
We're not okay.
You've been patronizing me the whole morning. Don't ever do that.
I withdraw.
Don't do it.
I don't want to patronize the
Don't
chief
do
whip
it.
of the EFF. Thank you, Honourable Ntangweni. Honourable members, on
Point of
that
order,
note, we will investigate the matter as it happened. Honourable members, we are 400 members here. We are representing 14 political parties, And of course, representing 14 political parties also implies that we are representing millions of South Africans. As we proceed, I want to start with you, Honorable Tafeni. No, wait. I want to start with you, Honorable Tafeni, and remind you that the members who I had requested to leave the House have left the House. You were supposed to leave the House. For now, you have not done that. I am now requesting you to leave the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ndifuna ukuqonda Speaker, yeyiphi le nto undikhuphela yona mna apha ehousing? Because during the time ndikhwitha umntu ngamanzi, that is a man endibethe ngengqiniba apha ebeleni. So bekusuppose uba ndenzeni mna ndiphindise ngengqiniba? Because ndithatha amanzi ndimgalela ngamanzi because undibetha ngengqiniba. It's because ufuna utsala ubabalwa. So ngeyiphi into engemani
all of that, Honorable Tafeni, will be investigated. But what you did, I am leaving. Honorable Tafeni, I am pleading with you to leave the House. Honorable Tafeni, I am requesting you to leave the House.
For what?
For what happened before we left here.
Point of order, Speaker.
Honorable members, allow me.
Honorable Speaker, we are asking you to protect women. What is this thing that you are doing that you allow men
to
touch women's breasts? And women are defending themselves. You are punishing women for defending themselves.
Honorable members, if I may read Section 7 of the
Honorable Speaker, we must not allow people to
rules, and allow me to start with one, which says, if a member refuses to leave the chamber when ordered to do so by the presiding officer in terms of Rule 70 or 71, the presiding officer must instruct the sergeant in arms to remove the member from the chamber and the precincts of parliament. Number 2.
But Speaker, she's telling you why she's not leaving.
Unable in person to effect the removal of the member, the presiding officer may call upon the Parliamentary Protection Services to assist in removing the member from the chamber and in the precincts.
Speaker, you must protect women. Protect her. She is telling you why she is not leaving.
These attempts to be removed from the chamber in terms of Rule 1 or 2, the Sergeant in Arms and the Parliamentary Protection Services may use such force as may be reasonably necessary to overcome any resistance. And this is no directive for them in the process to touch your private parts as you have indicated.
But they did. They touched her private parts, Speaker. They touched her.
No member may in any manner whatsoever physically intervene in, prevent, obstruct, or hinder the removal of a member from the chamber in terms of these rules. I've read those rules and I really want to make a plea to you that you observe the rules which we have adopted in Parliament here. On a point of Honorable members, I have noted the hand of Honorable Ndlawini and Honorable Dlakude, but before I recognize you, I still want to plead with you, Honorable Tafeni and Honorable Yako, to leave the House.
Speaker, we are on virtual. We are on virtual. Can you also be noted, please? We are on virtual.
Leave, then we are going to meet in court. Leave.
Speaker, uzasenza abantu abakrwada singekho krwada asikrwadanga nje basime apha nje. We have a right to be here. We have a right to speak.
Honorable
Speaker, please do not deteriorate this house. Please,
Honorable Tafeni and Honorable Yako, will you please leave the house?
What? Yako was not even in the house at the time. For what?
Remember, from the virtual system. Virtual system. I am who's that? No, I'm going to.
Why must they leave, Honorable Chairperson? Why must they leave when they were protecting themselves? Why must they leave?
Honorable members. Okay, Honorable Papa, are you going to help me? Please help.
No,
On a
Speaker.
point of
that-
order, the speaker might
So you can get help from the floor.
Speaker, help from the
We
floor.
want to help you recognize us. Can you help from the floor? In the house. You want to speak or we are in the house.
Honorable.
Yesterday you made a ruling that that
Speaker, you
be closed. Should be,
But speaker, my hand was up before, Papa. What is this?
actually also not speaking. I'm appealing that that platform be
Is
muted.
only allowing in.
Honorable members. Honorable members, the platform yesterday had to be shut down because there was disorder and people were causing disorder from the platform. Honorable
it is you who caused-
I
who was
thought
causing
today
disorder.
we would allow you, honorable members, to
Point of
not
order.
only listen but also participate. But if you are being disruptive, I will have no choice but to close the platform.
On a point of order, speaker.
That is undemocratic.
Honorable-
That is very undemocratic.
They can't be there.
Speaker, I don't know why you're even our members like this on the virtual platform. They are part of the house. They can raise points of orders anytime they see fit they want to raise points of orders. All the members that are interjecting at times, you don't look at the ANC members that are interjecting. You are quick to see EFF members and want to kick us out of the house. You didn't even give Honorable Yaku, was still gonna talk to you. You said to her, "No, take down your hand. I'm gonna attend to you." Why are you not allowing her to speak? Now you want to also chase her out. Don't handle us like that. Don't stop handling
Switch off the
You
platform.
disrupt your own seat.
Table staff, I direct you to switch off the virtual platform.
Point of order, Speaker.
I direct you to switch off
No,
the virtual
it's not
platform.
undemocratic, Speaker.
Undemocratic
Speaker.
Honorable clerks of the, you have not switched off the virtual platform. You haven't. Mute everybody.
Point
Thank
of
you
order,
very
Speaker.
much. Honorable members, Honorable Tafeni, starting with you, I requested you to leave the house.
Kuma about 10, Chair.
You know why. And I don't want to
I
get
don't know,
into that
Speaker.
debate
I don't
right
know.
now.
I don't know.
The
Because
same-
bendizikhusela, suppose basikhuselwa nguwe apha kula madoda asinyukityayo. Bendizikhusela kula madoda andinyukityibele. Ngendenze njani mna? Ndirongo ngokuzikhusela.
Honorable Tafeni, you are
Sonwabiza azondifuna
Honorable, I'm not going to do that.
Oh.
Honorable Tafeni, Honorable Tafeni, Honorable Tafeni, even yesterday you did this. And today the reason why we had to adjourn the house, it was because of what you did. In fact, we adjourned the house and had to go and discuss because you decided to cross the floor and stand there and actually fought. Someone? Apologies. Apologies. I've mixed your names. But what you did was throwing water. You interfered as we were.
Ndayichithela ngamanzi only.
Honorable.
Kumele uchithela indoda endibethe ngengqiniba ngenxa yoba ndichithele ngamanzi.
Honorable member, I am not going to exchange with you. The Sergeant in Arms, will you please assist the member to leave the house? Because you interfered with the process when somebody was being removed from the house. When we've investigated that, we can talk about it. Please, no, you leave the house, honorable member. Leave the house. Okay.
Because baphuma behousing, everyone who investigate makaphume housing.
Honorable, how do you allow it?
Point of order, Speaker. I have for the past 2 hours, if not 3 hours, been respectfully raising point of order, and you.
I am waiting for the
Point
yes,
of order,
report.
Speaker.
She refuses to leave.
The Parliamentary Protection Services must assist and
Speaker,
remove her.
you have a member of your
Please.
parliamentary security services who is abusing us. Her name is
Speak-
Ubeauty,
Speaker,
and we are Sikhuicha. She
Are
cannot
you going
come
to
in here
recognize
and
me?
handle her. Speaker,
Or
she's not
you
coming
you
here.
just want me to
We have a
go
member
on
of
and
your
speak?
security. Her name is Ubeauty, and we
Speaker.
have to let her because she's doing it deliberately. She's not doing her job anymore. She's being personal, so she cannot come in here. Yena.
Who's that?
Ubeauty. Her name is Beauty.
No.
A security person is personally
Madam
being
Speaker,
with us. and
you
it's not
can't
right.
dictate who must arrest you. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think you have just acknowledged that you chose the wrong person.
If I could say something to you, honorable members, please, please, and you all know this, fact that I ignore your hands, it is not that you are being ignored. We have to finish with one person. Honorable members, honorable members, Honorable Tafeni, will you please step out, Honorable Tafeni? Honorable Tafeni, step out. Which one? Honorable members, I have requested you, Honorable Member Tafeni, please leave, and Parliamentary Protection Services, my instruction to you is that no male member should move the parliamentary.
You can't tell us who must remove you.
And no member must
can't tell us who
interfere.
must remove you.
Because of this woman.
Honorable members,
He must be removed.
She's strangling us, this woman.
Okay, all right. I'm waiting
Remove.
for. I am waiting for the honorable member Tafeni to leave the house. Actually,
You can't prescribe.
all you need, honorable member, is to escort. That's all we've been requesting. That you just go.
They are beating and strangling us, Speaker.
Speaker, I think
very much.
I
Thank
think
you, Honorable Tafeni is gone. I'm coming back to you, Honorable Yako.
Sure.
Will you please rise and please leave the house? Honorable Yako, you asked why. It is because
point of
you
order,
said
Speaker.
somebody is lying, and I said please withdraw, and you refused.
No, point of order,
He
Speaker.
misled the house. I said he misled the house.
Honorable Member Yako, you said
You did not give me a chance.
You said
You did not give me
the
a
person
chance.
is lying.
did
You
not
said
give me
it
a chance.
twice.
I then said he had misled the house.
Honorable member, I said withdraw lying. Up and now you have not withdrawn. No, she was given time, please, Honorable. Honorable Yago, will you please take the floor and withdraw now?
Honorable Chair, I withdraw
Order,
the
Speaker.
word lying. He misled the house.
Thank you very much, Honorable Squatcher. I understand how you may be feeling that the speaker had ruled, but one thing I'm not going to have is this house collapsing in my hands before the president has finished his speech.
Point of order,
And maybe
Speaker.
after this, honorable members, Honorable Papo, we can discuss this matter. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Honorable, I've not given you the floor.
Yeah, but I've raised the
I
hands for the
haven't
past 2
given
hours.
you the floor.
So when are you going to give me an
Switch off your
opportunity?
mic and raise
When
your hand.
are you going to give me an opportunity?
Switch off that mic. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, We are now continuing with the debate.
Point of order, Speaker.
Chair, you said you're going to recognize me a long time ago.
Point of order.
Honorable Muntwedi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, you are not going to treat me in this house the same way you are treating members that are on the virtual platform by illegally closing them out of these proceedings. You're not going to do that. What happens in the virtual platform must happen here. Now, I want to rise, Speaker, to say to you, why are you so inconsistent in terms of how you apply the rules? Why are you not identifying those disruptive, if people are disruptive in the virtual platform, and tell IT to remove them as you identify those that are disruptive in the house? It is not consistent, Speaker. And what we are doing is unconstitutional. We are members of parliament. We must come here. It's not only some of these people that are representing their constituencies. We also come from constituencies that we happen to represent. I want you, Speaker, to open the virtual platform to allow all members of parliament to raise any issue that they would want to raise and identify such elements and tell IT to mute them or remove them from the platform. I've got few points that I want to raise, but I'm raising this now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muntwedi. You've made your point, and I'm taking it into consideration. Honorable members, yes, Honorable Mandela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just wanted to point out and draw your attention that you should study Hansard as to what Honorable Ntlangwini was saying to the security personnel. You'd find that it was really gross violation of the rules of the House. They actually used a language that is unbecoming. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Order, Speaker.
Members on the virtual platform, these honorable members, Honorable Ntlangwini, please. Honorable members, the following are the members. You are right, Honorable Muntwedi. These are the members who were disruptive on the virtual platform. Honorable Mautwe, Honorable Mente, they are raising points of order, and I will allow them to do so. But what I will not allow is for people to scream from the virtual platform, because they are then causing disorder in the house. That's what I will not allow. Hence, we have closed everybody on the virtual platform. Now, I'm going to allow these members to raise the issues they want to raise. However, if what happened yesterday continues, I will switch off the virtual platform. Honorable Mautwe. Honorable Mautwe, you don't want to speak anymore?
We've been wanting to assist you for a very long time, and you have not been recognizing us. Firstly, let me deal with the issue of Honorable Mandela, who stood up there. He said and must investigate this speaker and throw him out of the house himself. He said that people must be moved in the house. So he's actually saying that in that same house of yours that you call honorable house, we must fight each other. Can you please investigate that, Speaker, and help us and remove Honorable Mandela, because that is very unparliamentary and can't be allowed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mautwe.
That was one. Speaker, allow me to finish.
Honorable Mente.
Now, Speaker, was saying to you, the President of the Republic, there are serious allegations against him.
That's not a point of order, Honorable Member.
Address us as our members, because it's not point of order. And allow the law to take its course, heading toward the state, and therefore, yes, Speaker.
Honorable Mautwe.
Yes.
Thank you for listening. Honorable Mautwe, that is not a point of order. It is not a point of order. Please take your seat now. and allow me to recognize the next.
Speaker, am I ever going to be recognized myself
On-
here in this house? My hand has
Honorable,
been up, I don't know how many times
I will
you said you are going
recognize
to
you later.
recognize me.
Honorable Member Mente.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, number one, you call bouncers on members of the EFF and you don't pay attention to what those bouncers are doing right under your nose, in front of your eyes. In a full view of all members of the House, you come here to mislead the House to say we are unruly. Those bouncers came in, dragged Commissar Puaba. Commissar Puaba was never asked to leave the House. They came in.
Honorable Mentwe, the issue about the bouncers has been raised, and I've taken that into consideration, and there will be an investigation of this matter. I did say that, Honorable Mente. I wasn't aware that this is what people are subjected to. We've agreed, we are investigating it, Honorable Mente, and therefore, please, the issue of the bouncers, for now, let's park it until that investigation is conducted.
Can I finish my point of order, please?
Yes.
Can I finish now, please?
Yes, Honorable Mente.
Bouncers that you are saying is going to be investigated, we agree with you. And we have already laid charges against you and those bouncers that have been manhandling women and even sexually harassing them. One of them was even kicking a woman right in front of your eyes. You didn't call them out. You did not do anything. Simply because protecting them. A person who's got money in his mattress.
You have raised the matter. We've taken that into consideration. Honorable Sane. Honorable Sane.
Speaker, one of your problems is that you are impatient. You don't want to listen.
Speaker, you need to allow us to finish, right? First of all, you are preempting what we want to say. The Honorable Mente is giving you what happened currently in your house, and you are refusing to listen to her. Secondly, you want to kick out Honorable Yako. You want to kick out Honorable Yako because she is giving you a scenario of what happened in the house. You cannot preempt what the EFF members want to say to you. You can't. No. It's incorrect.
Honorable Sane, don't belabor the point. The point has been raised and we've agreed that this matter will be investigated. Don't belabor the point. We are wasting time, honorable members. We are wasting time.
Allow us to speak, Honorable Speaker. You are treating us like your stepchild, and us on the virtual platform must be given a voice. You are not giving us a voice. You want to mute all of us mutually.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sane. Honorable Chabalala.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I greet the Honorable President. Honorable Speaker, one thing that seated here as a member of Parliament,
in this house.
we want to say to yourself that we bow to your order. This is your house. All of us were bound by the rules. We've been observing some rules transgressions insofar as applying the rules to the latter. We want to implore you, Speaker, to be consistent. We want to implore you, Speaker, to apply the rules to the latter. You've made the ruling around this matter. Speaker, you've also, as a presiding officer, and the rules allows and gives you the right as the Speaker of Parliament on the matters insofar as frivolous points of order on a matter that you would have ruled. You have ruled on that issue. Investigation would be happening. I don't think the Speaker should allow any other point of order insofar as that matter. Secondly, Speaker, the control of the microphones, Rule 80, it's quite evident and it's quite important that it says, and I'm going to read, in the event of a member not showing due respect to the authority or not obeying an order to ruling or direction of the presiding officer officer may disable or switch off the microphone be used by such member and order that that be done. So Speaker, I also draw your attention to that and be consistent around it, because you can't take point of orders on the same matter that you've already ruled. Lastly, Speaker, on the Rule 79, recognition of members to speak, you need to be consistent around it, because the rules empowers you not to allow persistently the same members who's going to speak on a matter. And the last point, the last ruling that you made, as we respected Speaker, when you ask a member of parliament to say, can you withdraw, and they didn't withdraw, you still give them indulgence and give them after you've ruled yourself. So I want to draw to your attention that let's not contradict this house. You are correct, this house cannot collapse on your hands, but it's very clear where we are seated, the members who are causing and are disrupting the house, you need to take your powers and do what is due to them, because all of us as members and leaders of political parties has said the president must proceed and the president must respond. No member should not be able to close that, Honorable Speaker. But in the way that we are going, I'm really getting worried that we fall in the hands and the trap of these plans that we are seeing here. Please take order in your house.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've said it all. Honorable members, all, what did she say? Didn't you listen? Didn't you listen? Muntweti, can you just for a few minutes, just give us the respect we deserve, because I'm giving you the respect you deserve. Please, just for once. Honorable members, I think we've reached that point where points of order which are related to issues which I've already ruled on, I will not accept. And no one can accuse me of being unfair, of being this, of being biased. I've actually noted points of order on all sides. In fact, I think some of the people are very impatient with me right now. But I wanted to give opportunity to everybody to express themselves, so that tomorrow as you go to court, because you are very much preparing to go to court, from what I have been told from the virtual platform here, at least you must have facts and not fiction about what happened here today. I'm no more allowing for points of order from all sides, from all political parties.
When are you going to
We are now continuing with the response
or in
of
the
the
EFF
president.
you only see Montweti. My hand has been up to speak. Speaker, can you please not silence the voice of women in this parliament?
Mr. President,
my hand has been up. Can you please recognize
Mr. President, the President.
But on a point of order, Speaker, the Honorable
point of
Piwaba's
order,
hand was
order,
up.
Speaker.
No, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
The same thing that we have been telling you about, Speaker, you are doing it again.
Point of order,
Perpetuating
Speaker.
gender-based violence, and you are silencing women in this parliament.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. The Honorable Piwaba's hand was
Point
up.
of order,
Up for
Speaker.
the longest time.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order happens to be Rule 92 of the rules of this House. I want to know if...
Honorable Muntweti.
Yes, Speaker.
Speaker,
Will you please
must be
switch off your mic?
consistent.
Honorable Muntweti, I have now ruled on this matter that I will not take any more points of order, and that if a person has a challenge, a problem with my ruling, you may want to challenge it later.
No.
For now,
Speaker,
Honorable Muntweti,
please.
please switch off your mic.
Yeah, but you must recognize me.
Muntweti, Honorable
in
Member,
the house right now.
switch off your mic. Honorable members, I have now ruled after 3 hours that I am not taking any more points of order. And I hate to say this, the points of order which are being raised are similar points of order, and clearly there are points of order which are meant to collapse the business of the day. And I am saying, honorable members, I am not going to allow this. I'm not allowing it, Honorable Muntweji. I'm not allowing you.
Speaker.
Speaker, you
I
cannot preempt
I
what
am
you want
not
to say in
Honorable
this house.
Muntweji,
My
I am
hand
not
has been
allowing
up
you.
for the longest
Want to
time. You
know
recognize
if you
everyone
are
here except
running
for
this
me.
house
I am not
in terms
allowing
of
you.
the rules of order, or you are running this house in terms of what you think must happen.
Honorable
Point of
Kakuta,
order
what?
is Rule 92 in terms of the rules of this house. And are you saying you are disregarding a rule of the house? Is that what you are saying? Is that what you are saying? I just want clarity from you on that one issue, Speaker, to say, are you saying you are suspending Rule 92?
What you are leaving rule number 2
is the Speaker saying
is your sub rule 7 and 8 and 9, which is what I read here when we started, that no other member may raise another point of order before the presiding officer has ruled on the first point of the order. That was number 1, sub rule 7. No member may raise a point of order again or a similar point of order if the presiding officer has ruled on the matter. Number 8, members may not disrupt proceedings by pointing points of order that do not comply with the rule sub rule number 9.
I hear you loud and clear. I want to engage you on that one.
You're not going to engage me.
I want to engage
Yes,
you
on the
point
of order, Speaker.
You are misleading yourself and this House, Speaker.
On a
That's
point
not
of
what
order,
it
Speaker.
says. What you have read.
On a point of order,
what
Speaker,
you
why
have
are our
read has
members
not
muted
said
on
point
the
of
virtual
order must be
platform?
disregarded.
Please unmute our members on the virtual platform.
Speaker, can you please stop this guy to stop these gestures? Can you please ask him to stop with these intimidating gestures of him? Please. He's been doing it since this morning.
Honorable
Welcome for you,
Kachalia.
We're not scared of you. Stop it.
Honorable Muntweji. Okay.
Speaker, can you unmute our members on the virtual platform?
Will you please leave the room?
Honorable Speaker, can you unmute our members on the virtual platform?
Honorable will you please leave the chamber?
On what grounds is he leaving?
Yeah, on a point of order.
Honorable Muntweji, will you please leave?
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
For what? What have I done? For what?
Speaker, speaking. President want to speak on the virtual platform.
On a point of order, Speaker.
You're not going to create a comfort for the president
Speaker, you
because
cannot
I
just
raised
kick us
issues
out
here.
like that. You don't want us
There
to
are rules
speak. You don't want us
that must be respected.
Honorable Malema.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on a different point because
thank you.
You keep on muting us here on a virtual platform. And I personally, as a member of this parliament, who enjoys the privileges of being member of this parliament, I've not done anything to be muted, to deserve to be muted on this platform. I think this approach is wrong. And for members of parliament who are sitting there to allow this, is actually undemocratic. You've got 291 members of parliament on virtual platform who just get muted for no apparent reason. And the leadership in that parliament doesn't rise to say, not everybody should be treated the same. It doesn't matter how impatient we want to become. Each member will have to be treated as an individual. And if there is a transgression, let the transgression be communicated to that individual member before they are booted out or muted, Speaker. I'm pleading, please.
Thank you, Honorable
We should not be muted for doing nothing. We have not done anything.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. The reason why I muted everybody, it's not just your members who have been muted. I've muted all the members on the virtual platform because it had become difficult for me to control the virtual platform. People were barging in, people were heckling from the virtual platform, and it became difficult to exercise control or even my authority on the virtual platform. And therefore, and unfortunately, when people talk simultaneously, when they address us at the same time, and screaming and heckling, it makes it difficult to identify who from the virtual platform is doing that. And I think this is what happened. You are correct. It is not everybody who's on the virtual platform who has conducted themselves in a manner which is unbecoming. But the situation is such that here inside the chamber, here, it has become difficult from where we are to deal with people who are on the virtual platform. Hence, the people on the virtual platform were muted. Unfortunately, honorable members have not been raising their hands. The clerks of the National Assembly have not been indicating that there are people who are raising hands from the virtual platform. All I hear are people screaming at me, saying we're here and responding to speakers who are here on the floor, who are talking to the issue we are trying to deal with. So, Honorable Malema,
On a point of order, Speaker, I don't think it's correct for you to say we just scream. We've been raising our hands for a very long time. My hand has been up for more than an hour now.
This is what I am referring to.
Yes, because you don't allow us to speak, Speaker. That's the problem.
Thank you very much.
The point of order,
Honorable
Speaker. Can you please note us after
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Rule 69 again, which reads as follows. Members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House and its forums, including repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer or repeatedly disrespecting and interrupting the presiding officer while the latter is addressing the House. Then point D, persisting in making serious allegation against a member without adequate substantiation or following the correct procedure. Honorable Speaker, you adjourned the House. We met as Chief Whips Forum with yourself. We agreed that the House will proceed even if it calls for the virtual platform to be muted. So those who do not want to listen to the President, Honorable Speaker, may peacefully leave the House. Those who do not want to be addressed the President. The nation out there is waiting to listen to what the President has to say. We are waiting to listen to what the President has to say. So any other thing may be put aside. Then we proceed with the business of the House. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa protects all of us. We cannot be held at ransom by one party which caucused their position, of which is to disrupt this House. We cannot. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hakote. I will take the two last points of order. The first one is, I'm sorry that I haven't heard your surname. You've been trying to get my attention. You're sitting next to Honorable Ntangweni. Yes?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you please give it to the Deputy President? I don't want to.
You see, this is my problem. I am giving you an opportunity.
But Speaker, the Deputy President's hand was up the whole time.
No. Honorable Tlangwini.
They have been, no, but their hands have been up, and this is what I'm telling you the whole morning.
Thank you very much.
That is what I'm telling you the whole morning. That is what I'm telling you the whole morning. The staff hands is on the virtual.
Mute. Honorable Ntangweni, Honorable Ntangweni, Honorable Ntangweni, you are honestly disrespecting me now. Honorable Ntangweni.
Point of order, Speaker.
You are really out of order. You are really out of order. Okay, Honorable Ntangweni, Honorable Ntangweni, Honorable Ntangweni, I have ruled You are
On
not
a point
sharing.
of order, Speaker.
You are not sharing. This is what causes confusion.
On
You
a
are
point of
adding to
order,
the confusion. Honorable Tangwini, I am saying to you, I've now ruled. I have ruled.
on a point of order, Speaker.
Guys, I've ruled. I am not taking any more points of order.
On a point of
I
order,
am not
Speaker.
taking any more point of order.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable members, the whole morning we have been dealing with points of order. And I allowed it
On a point of order,
because I
Speaker.
don't want people to accuse us of being impartial. No. I've
On a
now
point of
ruled
order, Speaker.
no more points of order. Will you please mute the virtual platform and we proceed?
On a point
There
of
is
order,
no
Speaker.
debate.
No, Speaker, there's no law like that.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable members, I will
On
now
a point of order,
allow
Speaker.
the president to proceed.
Point of
On a
order,
point of
Speaker.
order, Speaker. And on a point of order, Speaker. But on a point of order, Speaker, you can't be doing that. The Deputy President's hand have been up the whole time. You are saying you are taking two hands, and you have noted the hand of the EFF. We are rightfully giving it to our senior, the Deputy President, whose hand have been up the whole
Honorable
morning.
Mhlangwini,
Why
will
are
you
you not
please,
recognizing him to
leave
speak?
the house?
They are members of the House. They must
Honorable
be speaking.
Mhlangwini, please
No,
leave
they
the
must
house.
speak. They are members of the House.
Please leave
They
the
must
house.
speak. It's not going to happen.
Please leave the house. Honorable Mhlangwini, please leave the house.
Point of order, Speaker.
And Mutwedi, I had said leave the house. Honorable members, please
On a
leave the
point of
house.
order, on a point
Sorry,
of
Speaker,
order,
you're saying what?
You're being
Honorable members, what you are doing,
You're being
you
very
see,
inconsistent right now.
I don't want to be a presiding officer here. I want to be a presiding officer. I don't want to be political. I've done that. Honorable Mhlangwini, leave the house. Sergeant and Arms, will you please escort Honorable Mhlangwini and Honorable Madukwe Mutwedi to leave the house?
Now, why am I being
Point of
escorted
order,
out
Speaker. Can I say I'm going to leave as can I raise a point of order quickly, Speaker? Leave the house for what, Speaker? For asking you if you have suspended the rules.
Honorable members,
our members
That's why you say I must leave the
I've
house.
asked you to leave the house.
For asking if you have suspended the rules and I must leave the house.
Okay.
For asking if
Not
you have
debate. Am I
suspended
going
the
to carry
rules.
them now?
On what grounds are the
I'm
members
following
being kicked
every
out?
step to the latter before people are thrown out, right?
If she said the rules must be suspended.
I'm the one who signs every day litigation papers when we have to go to court, right? Allow me to do things procedurally, okay? By the time I take a decision that a person must go, I must have followed every step given to me by the clerks of the National
Because you're saying
Assembly.
it appears that she
Okay?
doesn't want me to talk.
Unmute our members on the virtual platform.
I'm not going to
members of
I'm
parliament.
not unmuting
our
them.
members
Will you
on
please
the
go?
virtual platform.
Please go.
Unmute them. Unmute them. They are members of parliament. It's illegal what you are doing.
Yes. Call the.
I want to rise on a different rule, Speaker.
Call the parliamentary protest.
I'm rising in terms of Rule
to get the two
77.
people out.
I'm rising in terms of Rule 77, Speaker.
Case of the Honorable Mhlangwini,
I'm
only
rising-
women should approach Honorable Mhlangwini.
I'm-
And I want to
I'm-
emphasize that people must just be escorted out. And if there is interference again, honorable members, you all leave. Those who are involved in the interference and try to prevent us from getting the two people out, they will leave the
I'm
house.
rising in terms of Rule 77, Speaker.
On what
You to
grounds are
speak
the
because you
members
shouldn't be
being
here.
kicked out, Speaker?
Why? I shouldn't be here.
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
elected to be here.
Because I said.
I am elected. Are you saying I
because
shouldn't be
said
here?
you go. I said go out.
Why
You
is he
never said
being
I must
kicked
go out.
Leave.
We deserve to know why he's being kicked out. Why is Honorable Tlangwini being kicked out?
Deliberately. Puma. Honorable Mundwedi Puma, please leave the house. Pakama, stand up so that they don't touch you and walk out. Yima, wait. Thank you very much, Honorable Tlangwini. You may as well follow here. Remember, you shouldn't be here. Please, I said leave the house. Leave the house, Honorable Member. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Members. Honorable Mandela. I said I'm not taking points of order, remember?
Yes, I respectfully speak.
Honorable Mandela, I'm reminding you that I said I'm not taking any more hands.
Yes.
Honorable Mandela, I'm not taking hands anymore. Okay. At least you must nekama. Thank you very much, honorable members. We now proceed with the president.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. And to sit here at I cannot.
Out.
In my own volition, I cannot. We cannot. No.
Puma. Honorable Isa, come. Get the member out. Escort her out. I mean, really, I've been talking to you the whole morning. Now you are saying this man. How can you say to an honorable member, this man? Out, Puma. Honorable Yako, out. You are deliberately disregarding the authority of the chair. Honorable Yako, I repeat, you leave. Yes? You're not going to leave. I'm now calling the Parliamentary Protection Services to usher you out. Will you please usher Honorable Yako out? Puma sis, please. Out please sis. Walk out, the two will escort you. They will escort you. Puma mdanam, Puma. I thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Shut the doors and we proceed. The President.
Speaker, can the people on the virtual platform please be unmuted?
I have ruled on the matter, Sisi.
All of them are members of parliament and they deserve to be given the opportunity like all of us.
No, they can hear. From where they are, they can hear. All they can't do is to speak back. They don't want, I won't allow them to heckle now anymore.
Allow them to participate.
I've ruled,
like all of
Sisi.
us are allowed.
I've
to
ruled. Will you
participate.
please leave the chamber? I've ruled.
But are
Please
you
leave
then
the chamber.
muting? Are you then saying that?
Matokwe, honorable member, will you please leave the chamber?
Are you?
Matokwe, honorable member, will you please leave the chamber? Sergeant in arms, will you please assist her to leave the chamber?
From our speak.
Honorable members, the opportunity I have given to all those who are raising points of order have been abused. And in the course of that, people have not just abused the opportunity, they've abused us, those who are sitting here. And I just think that, honorable members, it is enough. Puma Sisi, please. You are not going to leave. I now ask the Parliamentary Protection Services to usher you out.
But can you please unmute the members on the
Honorable man.
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
Pakama Sisi, Pakam. Bani Kamalaki.
Bengicela ngani esco
Honorable Matokwe, you are delaying us. Please leave. Please leave the room. Okay, please leave the room. No, honorable member. Honorable member, you are not going to choose who takes you out. Out, Sisi, out. Thank you. Now, honorable members, may I just address those of you who are still here? Right?
Point of order.
I want to, yes, exactly that.
Point of order.
There is no point of order. I've closed all points of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
I've ruled. I have ruled.
Point of order.
Honorable Ringo Madlingozi, I have ruled. And if you want to overrule my ruling, you are also following. Honorable Madlingozi, I have ruled. Are you overruling me? Are you challenging my ruling?
It is very much not, there's no constitution that allows that you get people out. You can't do that. We have to open that up for the
Honorable Madlingozi.
They are supposed to be listening and participating also in Parliament.
Honorable Madlingozi, please leave the room. Please leave the room. Please leave the chamber. We want to make progress. Please leave the chamber. Sergeant in arms, will you please take Honorable Madlingozi, usher him out? Please. Honorable Madlingozi, thank you very much. No, you are not speaking. You are not addressing us. Leave the house. Thank you very much. Honorable members, if there are those of you who are not prepared to listen to what the president has to say, you may as well leave now. You may as well leave now. If you are not ready and you are going to interrupt and distract us from what we have come here to do, you are not ready to listen, you may as well leave now. Those who are sympathetic, who have sympathy for those who have been asked to leave the chamber, you better leave now, because there won't be another point of order. I will not listen to you. Thank you very much. This procedure of points of order has been abused, honorable members. You have abused it for 3 hours. And in the course of that, you are abusing us, you are abusing people who are watching the parliamentary session, you are abusing South Africans. We cannot continue to choku, and you are not going to switch on that because I've not allowed you. I've not allowed you to speak. I've not allowed you to speak. It's not a hand. It's a point of order. I've ruled there's no point of order. There's no point of order. There is no point of order.
It is before the ruling that you made that there's no point of order. Before that.
Honorable Matumba.
It's before.
Honorable Matumba. Honorable Matumba. Honorable Matumba, will you please leave the room? Honorable Matumba, will you please leave the room? Please leave the chamber, Tat.
Chair, we have people who are muted.
Sergeant and Arms, please usher him out. Please usher him out.
Chair, it...
The Parliamentary Protection Services, Honorable Matumba, I have noted that you pushed the Sergeant at Arms. I've noted that. I don't know and I don't want to know, but I am saying what I have seen. You have pushed the Sergeant. Barright. Take him out. Puma, Honorable Matumba. Bani Kamalelu, excellent. Right, honorable members, I want to repeat this. The opportunity I have given to honorable members to make their points of order has been seriously abused. And I want to say this to all of you, because I realize that some of you are very impatient. They don't understand why I'm doing all this. It is important for me to follow every step so that people who want to take this session to court do not succeed.
Speaker.
For the sake of the people of South Africa. Yes, point of order, Ivali, where I've ruled.
Can you please recognize me, Speaker?
I have ruled.
Can you please recognize me, Speaker?
Sympathy, you want to live with the rest embassies?
I'm not sympathizing with anyone. Can you please unmute all those members of parliament who are on a virtual platform, Speaker? Unmute them, Speaker. They have a right to talk in parliament. They have
Honorable,
which they are representing.
Honorable Nkonto, please.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Nkonto, may we usher you out, please?
Not leaving, Speaker. You are infringing on our rights, Speaker. We have a right to talk. We are representing constituencies here. We have members of parliament who are supposed to be as
honorable members. In terms of the rules, the Parliamentary Protection Services will now usher the colleague out. Honorable Mkondo out.
Point of order, Speaker.
Honorable member, thank you. Honorable members, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. It has been stretched, our patience have been stretched to the limit. But one thing you should always keep in your minds, as you raise your hands, raising your points of order, is that the person who sits here has a responsibility to protect Parliament, has a responsibility to follow every rule to the letter, to its finality. Every day, the Speaker of Parliament signs documents to defend Parliament from being litigated. So please bear with me. Thank you. Honorable members, order. Mr. President, our sincere apologies. Apologies first for the chair, the bank you are sitting on, and it's quite hard.
Yes.
Our sincere apologies, but also for your patience. Please bear with us. This is how it is in Parliament. And this is all we could do to make sure that you respond to the issues people of South Africa have raised with you yesterday. Thank you very much.
I know that I'm in a very dangerous position between yourself, your lunch, and this speech.
And the planes, I know
planes as well.
People are wanting to leave.
Indeed,
Thank
indeed.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. The Speaker of the National Assembly and Deputy President David Mabuza, ministers and deputy ministers, and honorable members. 14 is the number of times I have appeared in this Parliament since 2018 to answer oral questions put by members of this House, and may I say also the NCOP. As Deputy President, between 2014 and 2017, I appeared 22 times in this House. 84 is the number of oral questions I have replied to in this Parliament between 2018 and the 1st of June this year, out of 84 submitted to the presidency. Now, as Deputy President, the number was 114 out of 114 questions submitted. Those were all answered. 159 is the number of questions for written reply answered by this President since 2018 out of 160 questions submitted. One left. 3 full days is the number of times I, as the sitting head of state, which in a number of places is unheard of, to have testified at 2 major commissions of inquiry since 2018. Other heads of states never submit themselves to that level of inquiry. And when I've even told them I'm going, some of them ask me, what is this? Why should you, as head of state, even begin to subject yourself to such a process? The first being in August 2020 at the Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, and the second in April 2022 at the South African Human Rights Commission, hearings in the July 2021 uprising or unrest. This, honorable members, is the track record of this president in meeting obligations to be accountable. This is the evidence of this president, as well as my commitment to account to Parliament and to the people of South Africa. Because we are a government elected by the people, for the people, and we are accountable to the people of South Africa for all that we do. As I said yesterday, the people of our country must come first in all that we do. As public representatives, we are elected on the promise to improve the lives of our people, and we are obliged to keep that promise. It is the reason for this government and this parliament's existence as well. So before I get to this foremost priority, I want to reassure and indeed remind this House that accountability is a responsibility I have never shirked away from or shied away from. When I was elected, I promised that I would come to this House regularly and answer your questions, and I have done so faithfully. At times, there may well have been problems with programming, but I've always said, if I don't come now, I'll come at a later stage. The robbery that took place at my farm in 2020 is a subject of criminal complaint, and the law must be allowed to take its course. In other words, due process must be followed. I have listened, Madam Speaker, very carefully to the views of a number of members of this House who have raised thoughts, suggestions, and proposals on this matter. Some of the views have been to cancel me, and yet others have been laced with insults. I will not respond to insults. I should, however, say that the counsel and suggestions that have been made raises points that indeed I should consider in the face of the advice I have that I should not be responding to speculation, conjecture, allegations, or even so-called revelations. I will give all these matters consideration against the backdrop of the advice I have that this matter should be ventilated in the proper and appropriate forums. And I repeat that the law must take its course, and due process should be the order of the day in this. And as a result, I will not right now be responding to all these matters that have been raised around this. Counsel that has been put forward, I will put under consideration. Honorable members, the presidency occupies a unique place in government. It is indeed the front office of government and represents South Africa on the world stage, on our continent, and in a number of international forums. The presidency coordinates the functions of state departments and administrations, as opposed to other government departments that are tasked with implementing national policy and legislation that derives from this parliament. Above all, the presidency and the president is the custodian of the Constitution and is a duty bound, the president is duty bound to uphold, defend, and protect the Constitution as the supreme law of our country. For all these functions to be fulfilled and the respective responsibilities to be met, the presidency must both build and lead a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We therefore welcome the inputs that have been made during this debate, but the disruptions that we have witnessed We welcome the thoughts, the ideas, also on the support that Parliament will render to the presidency to enable it to better fulfill its mandate. The recent meeting between the presidency and the political parties, which was initiated, as I said, by General Bantu Holomisa, on the issue of crime and security situation, is an example of the way in which we can harness the energies, the thoughts of this Parliament to address the most pressing problems our society faces. The finest example, however, is the regular engagements between the presidency and parties represented in this Parliament at the onset of COVID-19 in 2020. That very first meeting in March of 2020 set the tone for the cooperation that would follow. The United Front, presented by political parties and their rallying behind the national response, gave reassurance and confidence to a fearful and terrified and uncertain population at the time it was most needed. It was the combined effort of the parties represented here that made our people feel confident that we as a nation can address COVID-19, which many other countries were failing to address effectively. In the ensuing months, more engagements and consultations would follow around the lockdown and other measures. These consultations were meaningful, they were deep and effective. As much as some political parties had different perspectives from those of the government, we were, however, united in our determination to deal with COVID-19, to save lives and protect the livelihoods of our people. We can say with certainty that this strong collaboration and partnership played no small part in the success of our national response to the pandemic. It was a joy to see leaders of political parties going out to their constituencies, encouraging them to take up the measures that had been proposed, washing hands, wearing masks, and when vaccination process started, they were out there leading the charge. And we are grateful for that level of cooperation, and one wishes it can continue as we tackle the more challenging aspects of our lives. This is what social compacting is all about. It is about cooperation, building trust, and forging consensus. It is about building and nurturing spaces in which all voices and viewpoints are heard and considered. It doesn't only refer to government or business and labor, but all of society. And as political parties, you are elected representatives of the people of this country. You are here to speak for them and represent their interests. This debate has drawn attention to what I yesterday termed the real bread and butter issues our people are preoccupied with. That is what they want to hear us talk about. As the Honorable Heron rightly put it, our priority at this time is to achieve a just and prosperous South Africa based on special, social, economic, and environmental justice. In my reply to last year's presidency budget vote, I said that we were determined to stay the course on our reform program in order to restore our economy, to attract new levels of investment, to create massive jobs, to boost wages and increase opportunities for all South Africans. Yesterday, I outlined the process we've made not only as the presidency, but as a country in meeting these goals. This framing was deliberate and conscious. Honorable Mbele, you may well have dismissed what we said as an update and so forth. What we were talking about is real. These are initiatives that are underway to restructure our economy, to reboot it so that it becomes an economy that can respond to the needs of our people. In line with its coordinating role, the presidency is driving the reform process from the center. Some honorable members have described the process of coordination through the presidency as creating what they call a super presidency and is an over-centralization of power. Far from it. We have found that this work that we are involved in is, particularly in this era, is about strengthening the capacity of the state. It's about addressing that priority that we've often highlighted. We're helping to streamline and align government functions, assisting to manage and mitigate bureaucratic hurdles, and fulfilling our critical oversight role. The National Development Plan lays out our vision for South Africa, and that vision is still current. However, we must say that at its heart, it is about eliminating poverty and reducing inequality. The enablers of this vision are an inclusive and transformed economy, an enhanced state capacity, and partnerships right across society. In recent times, a number of reports and studies have indicated that, yes, we may and will not meet our 2030 targets under the NDP, because the problems that we have had to deal with are immense. But this should not stop us from trying, from doing as much as we can to try to meet some of those targets. We must ensure that the NDP is implemented, as the Honorable Jafta has emphasized. We further thank the Honorable Jafta for acknowledging the strides that have been made in reviving our economy through the investment drive that we have embarked upon, through the conferences that we've been holding, the Youth Employment Service, and various other initiatives. In these intervening years, we have to redouble our efforts and, may I say, even work harder, because as elected representatives, we have an obligation to improve the material conditions of every South African man, woman, and child. We have positioned ourselves as a transformative administration. And transformation takes time. It does not happen overnight. But when the right decisions are made at the right time, guided by the right course of action based on good policies, progress results. Most importantly, the foundations upon which any economic recovery is built have to be solid, they have to be coherent, and they also have to be catalytic and in a way also disruptive. In the presidency budget vote last year, I outlined key economic reform measures that were underway or were in process, driven by Operation Vulindlela. The majority of these have subsequently been passed, including those that I highlighted yesterday in transportation, electricity, energy, telecoms, and water infrastructure. This year, through Operation Vulindlela, supported by the Project Management Office in the Presidency and the Red Tape Reduction Team, we aim to deliver even more. Security of energy supply has had a direct material impact on domestic and international investor confidence, which in turn leads to a favorable business environment that creates more jobs. That is why supporting the process of structural reform in the energy sector has been one of our most overriding priorities in the presidency. The energy reform process is aimed at, in part, at addressing our immediate challenges. Whoever anyone meets about investment, and growing the economy, they always raise the issue of energy. Yesterday, I outlined progress, the renewable energy procurement program, the conclusion of power purchase agreements for 3 risk mitigation projects and measures that we will be taking to close the electricity gap. But the ultimate objective is to fundamentally transform the energy landscape, create a new competitive electricity market, and most importantly, decarbonize our economy. For this reason, the Just Transition Partnership with the new Climate Finance Office in the Presidency will be mobilizing resources and will be a game changer. This is the work being undertaken as we are committed to transformative, inclusive, and sustainable development. 2 years ago, the Presidency set its transformative sights on the labor market. It was at a time when the private sector job creation was constrained and hampered by the pandemic, and many livelihoods were in danger or had been lost. Working with social partners and government departments, we designed a brand new way of addressing this challenge that we were facing. And we've been driving the implementation of the largest mass public employment program in our country's history. And many people have never really noticed. For the very first time in our country, we were able, within a short space of time, to get to a point where we created 900,000 job opportunities for a number of young people and women. And that in itself is something that we should recognize. To date, this employment stimulus has successfully provided work opportunities to all those people who are beneficiaries, who would otherwise not have been absorbed by the constrained job market. Companies were not employing people. In fact, they were shedding jobs. And we had this cohort of young people, as well as women, who were twiddling their thumbs, who needed to be absorbed into some measure of economic activity. We know, Honorable Mbele, that it is our youth who are suffering most from unemployment and exclusion. That is why the majority of the close on to almost 1 million beneficiaries of this groundbreaking program have been young people, as I said, and to be exact, 84% of them have been young people and 62% female. The second phase is supporting the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and the Social Employment Fund that we've just set up, where we also expect young people to be the primary beneficiaries. The Presidency has been championing the drive to transform the capacity of the state. Our vision is to realize the state that is fit for purpose to serve communities, and that brings targeted and inclusive development to where people live, study, and work. Now, the district development model is an initiative that we came up with and which was launched at a pilot site in OR Tambo district in 2020. Although the onset of the pandemic set our efforts to roll out the district development model back, the process has resumed in earnest. As part of operationalizing this model, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been working with districts and municipalities to finalize their one plans. And these one plans outline the respective approaches of districts to resolve service delivery challenges, to enhance economic development, and to ensure that there is job creation and key deliverables. Now, this presidential imbizo have been a means through which the Presidency exercises oversight over the progress that is being made. And as I said yesterday, we plan to visit 6 more remaining provinces, and Honorable Hendricks has expressed a wish that the Imbizo in the Western Cape should be held on the Cape Flats. And Honorable Hendricks, your request will be given serious consideration. I would like us to be here in the Western Cape, because this will be an opportunity to listen to the life experiences of our people and their concerns in the Western Cape. And no doubt such an Imbizo will bring in people from a number of surrounding areas where our people live. District-based development is a transformation of government planning. It is a break from the past where departments worked in silos, where there was fruitless expenditure on irrelevant projects, a practice that was common, and where development was not aligned to the national objectives. Now, with the DDM, we have an opportunity to disrupt the very bad ways in which we were working. Now, once this model is fully institutionalized, it will result in better use of resources, targeted development, and responsive planning. It will also help us to have a microscopic look at our local government challenges that we're now beginning to address together with the Auditor General, who has informed us that that's where the real challenge is for us. It will enable districts and municipalities to develop, but also harness existing local economic initiatives such as the special economic zones, industrial parks, and agri-hubs as well. Some of the honorable members mentioned some of these yesterday. We have set ourselves the target of rolling out the district development model in all 52 of the country's districts, as well as our metros. And we will be proceeding with this. Honorable members, as we proceed, it goes without saying that rebuilding state institutional capacity is transformative by its very nature. It was this presidency that instituted high-level commissions of inquiry into the workings of SARS and NPA. Credibility has been restored to these institutions as they implemented the recommendations of the respective commissions. By way of example, last year's financial year, SARS collected a record revenue of 1.5 trillion. 4 years since I appointed a commission of inquiry into administration and governance at SARS, its turnaround has been spectacular. This revenue enables the state to fund social support, social infrastructure, and many other projects. These are the fruits of the reform process that we have undertaken. The Honorable Sheikh Imam has called on us to deal decisively with corruption at local government level, and we agree with him. I'm pleased to report that the work of the SAPS Clean Audit Task Team is ongoing and has seen a number of arrests for fraud and corruption at local government level. As the presidency, another focus for this year is supporting the respective departments to implement the recommendations of a number of high-level commissions appointed by the president. Now, Honorable Groenewald yesterday spoke about a number of SIU reports whose recommendations have not been implemented. And these are going to be followed, and we will make sure that recommendations that are made also by the SIU, and he mentions 464 of them, will also be followed up. As I indicated yesterday, a number of recommendations by the expert panel into the 2021 July unrest have already been implemented, and that process is ongoing. Notably, restoring stability in the leadership of the State Security Agency and the South African Police Service, as well as crime intelligence. That has proceeded in tandem, and we are beginning to see some good results. Yesterday, Deputy President also outlined the considerable progress that has been made in implementing the recommendations of the advisory panel on land reform and agriculture, a matter which Honorable Nyoncho also raised not only about land. Of course, he raised the issue of military veterans. The Deputy President is addressing that at my instance, and he reports to me about the progress, and we must repeat that we hold the contribution that military veterans have made to the democracy that we today enjoy, because they played an important role, and these were men and women who were prepared to sacrifice life, limb, and everything else. So that process of looking after our military veterans is ongoing, and we will make sure that we address the various issues that are a challenge to their lives. Accountability is the cornerstone of any transformative vision, if it is to be realized. No more critical is this than in the fight against corruption. A number of speakers have drawn attention to the fact that departments are often slow in following up on the implementation of recommendations. And this, as I said on the SIU report, as Honorable Groenewald said, is going to be followed up. As I said yesterday, the presidency will be ensuring that recommendations will be acted on. We will furthermore continue to lend support and weight to the highest office in the land to the work of the multidisciplinary offices that we've set up. For instance, the Fusion Center, the Hawks, the SAPS, and the NPA Investigating Directorate, and all other entities that are involved in the war against crime. And we will soon be making an announcement on the anti-corruption advisory body that we announced we would be setting up. Now, Honorable Groenewald once again has called on government to focus on strengthening the criminal justice system, to deal decisively with all forms of criminality that impacts on people's daily lives. This begins fundamentally with improving policing, as he has often said. The re-establishment of the CPS, the entry of new police recruits, the strengthening of public order policing will further be strengthened, and making sure that the job that the South African police has to do, that is tough, is supported as much as possible, because they do a thankless task for the most part. Our task is a formidable one, but I have no doubt we are gaining ground. Our economic recovery is gathering pace. The health recovery from the pandemic is proceeding. We are steadily rebuilding the capacity of the state, which we've often said was really compromised and almost destroyed during state capture times. As the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services told this House yesterday, our law enforcement agencies are clawing back on malfeasance and corruption, and are doing so without fear, favor, or prejudice. Now, despite our many challenges, we are some way off from the South Africa that we were a year, 2 years, or even 3 years ago. When COVID-19 struck in early 2020, there were many who believed we would collapse under the heavy weight of this burden. And yet we pulled through, having been able to mitigate the health impact and provide social support to the most vulnerable in our country, possibly in the most outstanding way than any other country on our continent. The recovery that was promised is slowly coming to pass. Factories are back in full production, and new ones are being opened. Small businesses and local economies are being revitalized, and jobs are beginning to be created. And that is the important part that we should look at. Domestic and international investment is picking up. Many never thought that we would ever reach that 1 trillion rand investment target that I put. We're almost there. Public-private partnerships are being forged to close developmental legs and to grow the economy. So today, we again must prove the naysayers wrong as we confront the economic and social challenges of the day that we are living in. We can also do so if we work together, and we can also do so if we join hands. Now, addressing some of the specific issues that were raised, it pained my heart to hear Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi outlining the interaction or some of the things that were said by a premier of a province. Now, I'm going to be talking to Prince Buthelezi to see if there can be a good rapprochement between the two of them. I think that is important. It is important that we should do so. It really pained me when I heard him articulating this. Honorable Chabalala raised the issue of ESCOM, particularly in relation to switching off the lights in Soweto. Now that too I would want to follow up, because we need to find out why it could have happened, whether they had deep consultations or not. Honorable Groenewald, I told him before he left, he raised the issue of the Afrikaans-taal monument. And I said, from what I had heard from Minister Mthethwa, that was not the case. But he has said that he wants to have a further discussion with me on this matter. And honorable members, it has been a spirited and lively debate on the key issues that have to do with the lives of our people. And there have been many robust views that were put forward. We are grateful for this barometer of the health of our democracy. At the same time, let us remain focused. Let us put our heads together on how best we support the work that we are doing and indeed work together during the life of this entire administration. A well-capacitated, strategically oriented presidency driven by a long-term transformative vision is in all our best interest. For every few civil servants who are guided by self-interest, the vast majority are dedicated, ethical, and committed to their work. They are the men and the women who work each day tirelessly to serve our people in government, in hospitals, in police stations, and in our schools. They are the lifeblood of our country. I would like to express my gratitude to you all as members of parliament, members of this assembly, on my behalf and on behalf of the state that I lead, for the tireless work that you all are doing in representing our people. And many of our people sometimes don't really know and understand the heavy burden that rests on your shoulders. They just don't understand. Many of you have to leave your homes from all over the country, come and work here in Cape Town, work day in and day out. You run 2 households. You have a home from wherever you've come, and you have a home here. When I became a member of parliament, I realized that I had left my family in Johannesburg, and I was here. When I bought bread, I bought 2 loaves of bread. When I bought a TV set, I had to buy 2. Everything was duplicated, and it bears a heavy burden on yourselves, on your livelihood, on your social life, but also financially. I know, and many people don't understand this. They think as members of parliament that you're all fat cats. And that's hardly the case. Hardly the case. So I'm giving, please say it was a joke. So I'd like to thank you on behalf of the people of South Africa for the excellent work that you do. You pass our laws, we impose heavy burdens on all of you, and the intellectual capacity that you put in the work that you do is to be commended. So thank you very much. On behalf of the nation, I thank you. But I'd like,
President.
I would also like to thank the Deputy President for his support and for the excellent manner in which we've both been executing the tasks that we were given by our people. The DP has taken on a lot more tasks, enabling our office to be more effective and efficient in tackling important matters that should lead to the improvement of our people's lives. When I'm not able to handle certain matters, like with traditional leaders and so on, he comes into the breach and assists. So I thank him. I would also like to thank ministers who are in the presidency, Minister Nkwana Mashabane, Minister Gungubele, and Deputy Ministers Kodwa, Kekana, Siweya, who are deployed in the presidency for their continued dedication to serve our people in their various tasks. So thank you very much. I also want to thank the Director General of the government and the Cabinet Secretary for the brave manner in which she has performed her duties, as well as Director General as well in the office. The team in the presidency are the unsung heroes of our work that is being done to move our country forward. I also wish to thank the staff in the presidency, the staff in my private office, and those in the DP's private office for continuing to support us and making it a lot easier for us to do our work. And this includes our respective advisors. So, honorable members, yes, and our two parliamentary councillors, of course. And we really thank them because they keep us in touch with what is happening here in Parliament, much as we are not often here. So, not only the chief whip of the governing party, the chief whip of opposition as well. They do a magnificent job, and that is the sisterhood that sits here at the head of the table. So, honorable members, for me, and the brothers as well, for me, this has been a meaningful debate despite everything else that happened around it, which is unfortunate, which is, in my view, totally unacceptable, because we do need to rely on the due processes we have. Even as we have differences, we should rely on the processes of our democracy to unfold, to handle problems, whatever problems we may have, whether they touch on the president or whoever, they are processes that need to be followed. So, honorable members, let us get back to work. Let us ensure that we leave no one behind and enrich the democracy of our country. Thank you very much.
Long live the president!
Thank you.
I thank you, the Honorable the President.
Thank you to the Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Order.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members, in order that there be no confusion, no member who was part of this sitting was unable to listen to the speech of the President. The platform was muted as the Speaker had formed the view that the points of order procedure was being abused. The rules, specifically Rule 80, allow the presiding officer to disable or switch off microphones if they become aware that a member or members are not showing due respect to the authority of the presiding officers, are not obeying directions of the presiding officer, or are involved in disruptive or grossly disorderly conduct. In terms of Rule 26.2 and 3, the Speaker must maintain and preserve order and the proper decorum in the House. The Speaker must act fairly and impartially and apply the rules with due regard to the participation of members of all parties in a manner consistent with our democracy. As Speaker, I must balance the rights of individual members against the collective rights of the House to perform its constitutional mandate. I do not take this responsibility lightly. When I have instructed that the microphones on the virtual platform be switched off, it is precisely to ensure that the Assembly is able to fulfill its constitutional mandate. It is not a step taken lightly or without due regard for first exhausting all other mechanisms for restoring order in the chamber. Honorable members, it was a difficult 2 days. And I really hope and pray to God for wisdom to ensure that there is no repetition of what happened. As I said earlier on, we may differ. We come from different political parties. We stand for different ideologies. We have different programs. However, the manner in which we must relate to one another, there should be some semblance of mutual respect. The manner in which we handle issues, we come from far, honorable members. Some of us are like furniture, part of the furniture in this assembly. We came here in 1994 being different political parties. We came here being warring groups of people. We came here, we worked together to draw up the Constitution. As part of the Constitutional Assembly, led by the President, we were here, we drew up legislation. It was a difficult period where for the first time we were coming together as people were fighting one another. But in spite of all that, we never witnessed the kind of arrogance and disregard for people, lack of respect, as what we witnessed here this morning. We never fought physically. We would always heckle at one another. But at the end of it all, we learned to understand one another and appreciate all of us what each one of us stood for. And that was in 1994. It cannot be that 28 years later, we have this kind of conduct. It is taking us back to where we come from. We do not need this. We do not need to be labeling one another. We all are here representing the people of South Africa. I thank you, honorable members, for your patience. I thank you for your understanding. It was not easy for me sitting here, but I can assure you it will not happen again. Thank you, honorable members. The session is adjourned.
Long live the Speaker!